about education and all that. So number of people without being without even campaigning are able to come for higher education institutions. But it is time that we consolidate and concentrate on quality. Now, what are the challenges that we have? We have to make education accessible to as many as possible. Oh, equity is there. Thanks to the reservation policy, now the reservation policy fruits have percolated down to the rank, as a result of which we have excellent social justice actually prevailing. As a result of which, if you look at even the general quota, you are able to have enough number of people from underprivileged sections. So, which is really a testimony to the fruits of the reservation policy this country is actually following. One. Second is ensure quality education provided is worthwhile. This is in fact a challenge. Many of the colleges are not taking adequate measures to maintain quality. That is a very sad scenario that we have now. Third, we have to provide education at reasonable cost. See, this is again another challenge. On one hand, we need to actually provide teachers and other employees with adequate salary. On the other hand, we have to provide almost like free education to the children to attract them to the higher education institutions. We are not able to make a balance. As a result of which, many of the private managements are finding it difficult to actually charge low rates to the students, at the same time paying high salary. It is a pity some of the self-financing colleges are paying only 12,000 or 14,000 to the teachers. Okay. So as a result of which, you look at the kind of quality of education they will be able to give. If you are able to get a hand and pay them only 12,000 rupees, and people who are worth that 12,000 rupees only will join such institutions. As a result of which, what kind of teaching you can expect out of them? You cannot. So that's actually a problem. Then elements of higher, quality education. What are the elements of quality education that we have? So teacher and teaching methods. We should have teachers of good caliber, experience and faculty with expertise we need to have. And then you should have good teaching methodologies. Okay. See, present day children are saying, if you can't teach the way I understand, you better change your style so that you can make me understand. That is the kind of, plea students are making towards the teachers. So we need to have good teaching methodologies. Okay, there are umpteen number of learning methods available. They say that active learning, cooperative learning, game-based learning, flipped learning, then task-based learning, project-based learning, brainstorming, case studies, umpteen number of teaching methodologies are there. But what are we doing? As teachers, we are only doing chalk and talk. Many of the teachers go to the class and they start dictating notes even. So they don't believe in democracy, they start dictating. Okay, so a dictatorship is there in the colleges. So teachers and teaching methods have to be probably improved. One, to have quality education in the higher education institutions. Educational content. This is a problem with the majority of the autonomous colleges. Most of the colleges in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, etc. are given autonomy. Autonomy is a license to improve the standards, not to compromise on quality. It is a license to give, to improve the quality, not actually a license to compromise on the quality. As a result of which, some of the syllabus, if you look at, you are not able to set even 2 question papers out of the syllabus. That is the complaint as we teachers make. So they say that you make 2 question papers, 3 question papers and all that. It is difficult to make even 1 question paper out of the syllabus. The content is so narrow that you are not able to actually set another set of question paper. So that's the kind of educational content that we have. Third, learning environment. The ambience should be there. I went to one of the colleges in Chennai. Okay, while I was giving lecture, a dog was entering into the classroom. After some time, I saw 2 hens and 1 cock entering into the sun. It's all very natural. Okay, I thought I'm in the National Geographic channel. It was looked as though I'm watching the National Geographic channel. But this is not the kind of environment you should have. There should be right ambience. Unfortunately, the colleges are not able to provide that kind of ambience which will facilitate learning. Then governance. Governance of the institutions should be really of high standard. Today, private players are there. You cannot have management specialists to be the governing council members. People who are from all walks of life, including businessmen, retired officials, retired policemen, all of them are actually owning the colleges. Politicians are owning the colleges. So what kind of governance is there? The emphasis should be on quality education, not on money making. Unfortunately, most of the private institutions are becoming educational malls, as a result of which quality takes a backseat. The what? I mean, minting money actually becomes the primary motto of the institutions. So governance really matters. Preconditions of the students. If you ask the students, why did you join BSc chemistry? They say that my appa is a villain. Okay, he only put me in this institution. He did not allow me even to choose the branch. If I had been allowed to choose my branch, I would have probably opted for BSc computer science, he says. So we need to orient the students. We need to make them actually understand the purpose of the education. There are certain colleges which are actually giving career path to the students. On the first day, day one of the college, okay, they are given what are the opportunities available. Suppose if you join BSc Physics, what can you do after BSc Physics? During the course of the BSc Physics, what you will learn? This is actually empowering to do what? What is that this will enable you to do? All these actually are being said to the students. So we need to precondition the students. Then funding is a problem. See, many colleges are not able to really make both ends meet. For sanitary workers and watch and ward, sizable amount of money is spent. So you need to have what? Funding resources. Then organizational. So if it is a huge organization, it can sustain. If it is a very small organization, they are finding it extremely difficult. What is the outcome? There are institutions which are actually 25 years old and all that. What is that they have achieved? How many graduates they have produced? What is actually the kind of employability rate? Are students employable? Are they able to actually attract students from far and near? All these things are the elements of quality education. What are the various quality dimensions of education? Some of tangible, measurable, then competence, attitude, content, delivery, reliability. These are the 6 parameters for the six dimensions of quality education. Now, what is that you need? A college or in a higher education institution should have sufficient facilities. If you ask your own son or daughter to join an institution which does not have enough facilities, he or she will not come forward at all. They want to go for a virtual tour. Okay, that is why VIT is attracting maximum students. When they go to the website, there is a virtual tour option. They can see what kind of facilities are there in the institution. Okay, so people want good ambience. They want state-of-art facilities. They want sophisticated laboratories. They have what? They want to have smart classrooms. So required facilities should be there. Required equipment should be there. Gone are the days where people were very happy sitting under the tree and hearing to a lecture and all that. Students these days want all facilities. It is not enough if you have a smart teacher in the campus. You should be able to have smart facilities also. Okay, a smart board should be there. A smart classroom should be there. Smart facilities should be available. So all that is actually the need of the hour. Modern equipments and facilities. The colleges are recognized as research centers. If you ask the kind of facilities, if you ask them to name the equipments which are costing more than 1 lakh, many of the colleges do not have even one equipment. How do you actually expect the college to embark on research? What kind of research quality will be there if the facilities are going to be meager? So naturally, we need to have what? Modern equipments and facilities built inside the institutions. Ease of access. It is not enough if you have facilities. The students and faculty should be able to have access to the facilities. Suppose if they are kept as museum and if students are not actually allowed to touch it, if the faculty are not allowed to use it, what is the point in actually having these equipments? It is only you have to put it in a showcase and then what? Exhibit it. it's of no use at all. Visually appealing environment. Students want that kind of environment. The moment you go into the campus should really attract you and should really make you stay. Yesterday, earlier this week, I was just in a college in Trichy. The students were actually coming into the college with swollen faces. They were all actually coming into the college so sad. I could not see any happy faces at all. The evening after the program was over, near the gate, when I was crossing, I could see majority of the students going very happily. When they are coming inside, they are so sad. When they are going out, they are so happy. It should be the other way. It should be the other way. So the colleges should be able to attract smiling students. It should be able to attract smiling students. Unfortunately, that is not really happening. You should have support facilities, excellent support facilities. Hostel should be of good quality. Sports facilities should be there. Cultural facilities should be there. So all these facilities should be actually there. That is tangible. Then competence. Sufficient staff should be there. We must have enough staff members. For example, NAC is actually asking for the implementation of choice-based credit system, CBCS. Unfortunately, we have only CAIAS-based conclusion system. The entire class, we are actually forcing the entire class to choose only one elective. Suppose if in a class of 30, 15 students opt for elective A and another 15 students opt for elective B, we don't really have 2 teachers and 2 classrooms. So as a result of which, sufficient staff is actually required. Staff who are qualified. Now UGC NET is actually a qualification prescription. PhD or UGC NET. Do we have that kind of staff? Majority of self-financing colleges are not able to get qualified hands for the salary that they are giving. For 12,000 rupees, you cannot expect a PhD hand to come. And if PhD hands come for 12,000 rupees, what kind of caliber he or she will have, we know already. Theoretical knowledge and qualifications. Practical knowledge. So you should be able to actually demonstrate. Experiential learning is being insisted upon. Internship is being insisted upon. On-job training is actually being insisted upon. So we need to provide practical knowledge. Unfortunately, if you actually compare the credit ratio between a theory and practicals, even in science subjects, it is very meager. You have only 20-25 credits for practicals and 75 credits only for the theory. It should be the other way. There should at least be 40 credits for lab and 60 credits for theory. Unfortunately, we ignore that because of the lack of laboratory facilities. Up-to-date knowledge. Do we revise the syllabus? What is the kind of revision that we are doing? We are not able to revise the syllabus. Because if we revise the syllabus, sometimes you have to prepare for a new subject. Sometimes the teachers are not really prepared for that. So people want to take the same syllabus all through their life so that they need not have to suffer preparing for a new syllabus. So when you meet for syllabus revision, what do? What is there in the second semester, we change it to third semester. What is there in the third semester, we change it to the first semester, like that. We need only we do only cosmetic changes. So we are not able to update the knowledge. Updation of knowledge is actually done through attending the seminar, symposia, orientation, refresher course, all that. But what is the kind of seriousness with which we conduct these programs? Very less. If there is one participant from Pondicherry, we call it as a national meet. If there is one candidate from Bangladesh, we call it as an international conference. So this is the kind of thing. So what we do is, instead of sitting and having tea in the same room, we go to the next room and have tea and call it a conference. So this is the kind of updation that is actually happening. Teaching expertise, communication. Communication is another problem. Majority of us are not able to communicate properly. Okay, if you ask the students, have you done? He says, I am done. So that is the kind, even English literature students are telling this kind of answers. It is sad to note that there is no language proficiency even for the English language students. So we cannot blame the teachers, we cannot blame the others. Probably like Rajinikanth, we have to blame only the system. Okay, then third is the attitude, understanding the students' needs. Are we actually, getting to know the needs of the students? Then is there willingness on the part of the management to help the students? Is the principal or head of the department or dean willing to help the students? Then third, availability for guidance and advice. See, teachers are not available even during the working hours. That is the kind of complaint that the students are giving. So we should always be available and give the kind of right advice to these students. Emotional, then courtesy, all that is actually needed. See, students are very sensitive these days. About last year, I had a strange experience. As soon as this is our, practice sometimes to start what? A class by asking a question. So we will ask a question and then give a kind of introduction and start the class. It so happened for 3 continuous days, I was asking the same student, the question as soon as I entered. The 4th day, the boy was actually waiting outside, greeting me and asked, why is that you are asking every day a question to me alone? Only then I realized that I am asking him the same question. We don't really do intentionally, but look at this. And if you ask pointedly a particular boy or a girl in a co-educational class, they take it very seriously. So even if you make a slight remark in a lighter vein, there is every chance for the student to mistake it. So as a result of which, we have got to be very, very cautious because we are dealing with the more sensitive population. Fine. Then relevance of curriculum to the future jobs of students. See, what is needed for tomorrow, we are not teaching. The educational content is really not updated at all. Tomorrow's actually world requires more of artificial intelligence. Tomorrow's world requires more of augmented reality. Tomorrow's world requires disaster mitigation management. Okay, but are we teaching all these things to the undergraduate students? No. We need to have kind of what? A broad-based teaching of subjects to the undergraduate. Only then, see, for example, a student doing BSc, PE, civil engineering, he goes for computer programming. Multitasking has become. BSc chemistry students are actually going to Google for working. Okay, for Amazon marketing, BSc physics students are going. So which means you need to really enable them with all types of skills that they need to fetch a job. You have to have primary knowledge. You have to develop skills. Completeness should be there. Computer proficiency is there, should be there. See, we are all digital immigrants. The present day students are digital natives. There is a gap between the student and the teacher. If you give an Android phone at the age of 50 or 50 plus, we all will struggle to operate. But a boy of 6-year-old will easily operate an Android phone. Why? He is digitally native person. We are all digital immigrants. So there is a technology gap between the students and the faculty. When you start looking in the Google for a particular PPT to show to the students, he says, go to the previous PPT, sir, it is much better, he says, because he is technologically sound. He has access to all information. We are actually having some kind of hesitancy to go for technology-oriented solutions. Then flexibility of knowledge. We have rigid systems, but rigid system does not really hold good at all. So we need to have flexibility of knowledge. Cross-disciplinary knowledge is needed. So VIT Vellore has introduced Flexi credit system. For example, if your subject is discrete mathematics, or if you're teaching optics, 90% can be as per the syllabus, 10% can be on the recent happenings based on the papers. So kind of flexibility is actually given to the teacher to introduce concepts which are actually novel to it, whether it is undergraduate or postgraduate program. So what we need is content has to be relevant. Provision of relevant education is the need of the hour. I'm sure that teachers will really understand the importance of it and then effectively follow. Delivery is very, very important. We need to make effective presentation. See, it is not enough if you make a PowerPoint presentation. You have to make a powerful presentation also. You should also make a powerful presentation. Sequencing and timeliness is very, very important. Fairness in examination should be there. See, the teachers should be able to win the confidence of these students. My son was studying in one of the private deemed universities. As usual, my wife used to ask him every day between 6 and 7. There used to be always a conversation between the son and the mother. No, my wife was asking, tomorrow is the test day. Have you prepared for the test? This was my wife's question to the son. Son said, no, 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 we have not started preparing. You will prepare only after 8:30. My wife asked him, why is that? Why are you waiting till 8:30? You go and start preparing. No, last minute preparation will not really help. All that she was saying. My son was saying, no, 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 by 8 o'clock, the girls will go to the mess. By the time they will give the important questions to the boys. So we will study those important questions given by the teacher to the girls. You will do that. I said, this is not the way that you should study. Why? There should be fairness. This is fairness in examination. There should be consistency. For the same answer, if two people have written, you should give the same marks to both. If it is not so, you are not really being fair. So that should never happen. We feedback from students. We collect feedback. But do we really analyze the feedback and take action on the feedback? We don't really do that. Encouraging students. We need to really encourage students. There are teachers who really snub the students and they start asking questions. That should really not happen. See, students should be able to have confidence in teachers. During a NAC visit in Hyderabad, when I went, I was astonished. Two students, they wanted to meet me after the students' meeting. So I sent the principal, everybody out there, and then asked the students to tell me what exactly they want to say. Said two things. One is uninspiring teachers and challenging question paper. I was astonished. From that day onwards, I used to always think, whenever I go enter the class, will my teacher call me will my student call me as an uninspiring teacher? Will I be an uninspiring teacher to my students? So please remember that we are not catering to the average students. There are one or two intelligent, above average students also. So if you don't really give extra material needed for them, we will be called as uninspiring teachers. So we need to really be what? Inspiring teachers. Then reliability, trustworthiness should be there. Getting valid award for the degree, giving valid degree. Then keeping promises, matching to the goals of the institution, handling complaints, solving problems. All that is actually the need of the hour. So these are the quality things that we need to do. How do you actually assess the quality? What are the various approaches you have? One is self-evaluation. You need to really do some kind of introspection for you. You don't need others. First, you should know what is your strength, what is your weakness, what are the opportunities that are available, what are the threats that is available or challenges available. So all that you need to have. An institution should do introspection. Second is on-site peer review by the panel of experts. During academic audit, what do? We ask the experts to visit our institution and make what? A study of them, study of the institution. Analyzing statistical information. What is the pass percentage? How many people have got job? How many teachers are with PhD? How many teachers are with SLET-NET qualification? What is the average experience of the teachers? How many teachers are holding projects? What is the paper publication? This thing. What is the H index? What is the I-10 index? So these kind of statistical particulars also can be probed to know about the institution. Take a survey of the students. Give a questionnaire to the students. Elicit their feedback. Analyze that. Give it to employers. Give it to the professional bodies, graduates. So you form an opinion about the institution. Testing the knowledge, skills and competencies of the students. Then you have an external team and then analyze the students. Please remember one thing. What are the actually things that we need to know? What is actually the core metrics that we need to have to assess the quality of the institution? What kind of students are coming to the college? Are you getting for 600 marks is let us say it is total marks is 600 for +2. If people above 550 are coming, that means your college is good. If you are able to attract students only with 300 to 350, that means it is actually not good at all. So ability of the incoming students. Critical thinking is there. Analytical reasoning is there. Communication skill is good. Do you have desire for learning? Do the students have the desire for learning? Or do they come with a kind of expression? So then learning strategies and specific knowledge. These are the beginning characteristics that we assess. Then we assess also the input indicators. What are the factors that determine the educational experience? How do you engage the class? What are the methodologies of teaching learning practice that you have? How do you assess the students? So that is the input indicator. Then teaching and learning indicator, skill set developed by the students through educational experience. What is the kind of outcome that you have? Then you have conceptual framework. And internal service function indicators. Are students satisfied with laboratories, with the content of the syllabus? Are they, satisfied with your computer center, library, hostel, laboratory? So that is your student satisfaction indicator. Then output, what is the pass percentage? What is the kind of employability rate? How many of your students go for higher studies? That is your output indicators. So these are the various parameters that you see. Now, what are the core benchmark indicators? Number of courses where syllabus restructuring is done in the last 3 years. Whether you are having temporal plan for the more than 50% of the programs. What is the kind of percentage of the faculty with PhD? What is the kind of computational facilities that you have? What is the computer to student ratio? Earlier, we used to have student faculty ratio. Now you have student computer ratio. Okay. The number of departments with special assistance of Government of India funding. How many FIST supported departments are there? DST support departments are there. How many doctoral students are there? Fellows are there? Research assistants are there in the department? How many projects are actually being handled in the department? Okay. How many collaborative projects are there with the institution or outside the institution? Do you have any national facility for the institution? How many patents are there? What is the output of MPhil and PhD per faculty? Then revenue that is generated out of consultancy work. Number of MOUs with recognized bodies. What are the publications? Now, earlier we used to concentrate on just mere publications alone. Publish or perish was a slogan of yesterday. Now, publish, perish and cherish. That is the slogan today. So, people are asking for publication per faculty. Percentage of papers published in journals in international databases. People are asking what is the publication in Scopus Index journals? Do you have publication Web of Science Index journals? So you need to really have quality publications. What is the average impact factor of the publications? So that is actually research metrics. The number of papers with more than 10 citation, factor. The number of book titles per student available in the library. What is the percentage allocation of funds for the library? How many national international conferences are actually conducted by the college in the last 5 years? What is actually students, how many students have cleared GATE, NET, etc. It is very sad that even university toppers are not able to clear NET examination. You say he is a university topper, but he is not able to qualify in the NET. So what does it mean? It tells about the standard of the university or the college. Then student-teacher ratio, university quality bodies, outstanding achievements, recognition, faculty, etc. Outstanding performance of the students. All these are actually required. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we concentrate on quality these days. If we are not going to concentrate on quality, if the public are going to have a kind of notion that this college really not emphasizing on quality, it will affect your reputation. It will affect your admission. So only such colleges which have got good reputation are able to attract students. So they are asking for what is the placement percentage. Now people are joining Anna University. Why? Because everybody is actually getting placement. People are going for SSN College of Engineering because next to Anna University, if you look at on an average, everybody gets 2 or 3 placements. So if there is no placement, if people are not able to get higher education, if they are not going to go for higher education abroad or to the top universities and institutions, you will not be able to attract students at all. So please emphasize on quality. See, I do not know whether enough more quality measures are taken at the institutions. Now, what do we do? Soon after the NAC is over, we close the IQAC. We open the IQAC just before NAC accreditation is over. We conduct a conference on IQAC just before NAC accreditation. I do not know whether MDT is going for accreditation now. Okay. Is that the reason for holding this conference? I don't know. So this is usually happening. If some college is conducting an NAC sponsored meet, that means they are in the near future going for NAC accreditation. That is the kind of signal. So that should not be there. Quality should be a continuous process. It should not be a one-time happening. Quality is not an accident. Please remember. So your student should be get what good. See, there are institutions which are really good. I do not want to name the institutions. See, it may be just a working day for faculty members. Every day may be just another working day. But student, it should be a memorable day. It should be a memorable day for every working day should be a memorable day for the students. Okay, so even if you ask the students to come on a holiday, they should be willingly able to come and listen to your talk or lecture. So that should be the kind of what? I mean, focus that you are giving. If the teachers are not able to command respect, if the teachers are not able to attract students, then you cannot talk about the quality education at all. Now, what are the desirable feedback indicators, benchmark indicators? One is the feedback. See, it is a ritual to attain the feedback. Majority of us only cook up story as if we are getting feedback. Many institutions are not even getting feedback at all. Please remember one thing, as and when you finish a process, you get a feedback. If a conference is actually conducted, you will have to have a feedback. If you are conducting an IPSC meet through online, there should be a feedback. Subramaniam, are you doing a feedback? I don't know. So you should get a feedback. It is not enough if you collect a feedback. You have to analyze the feedback. It is not enough if you analyze the feedback. You have to take action on the feedback. So all that is actually needed. Percentage of the recommendations of the stakeholders implemented. You take the feedback, submit to your principal, and then he will take action and submit to the management for direction and implement the direction of the management in toto. See, any student, any institution which does not listen to the students, which does not respect the views of the stakeholders, cannot thrive for long. So we need to really look into the grievances of the students very carefully and try to actually address those issues very meticulously. So this is what is needed. Then interdisciplinary courses introduced. See, this is an era where you need multitasking. So you need to really have cross-disciplinary subjects. It is always better to have a kind of what? Good exposure on the part of the student. That is why we have interdepartmental electives. Why do you have non-major elective offered? That is to actually have this kind of thing. Now the new education, but last week I was there in Tansky doing something regarding the credit weightage and all that. Now there I was told that Mudalvar Mudalvar Thittam is actually there. Then you have internship, then industrial some course is there. So they have introduced these courses as compulsory courses to enhance employability. So what is the kind of, steps that we have taken to introduce these interdisciplinary courses? I am told that in Annamalai University, even for commerce program, they have artificial intelligence introduced as one of the courses. Okay. So even for, BCom program, in some universities in North, they have cyber security as one of the courses. Why? Because it is a needed course. Percentage of departments conducting tutorial classes. So it is not enough if you have lecture class alone. You must have tutorials. For the science subjects, you must have lab. For the non-science subjects, you have tutorials. Problem solving should be there. Enough and more class. So you have a BCom program. Are your students actually calculating the IT of the various faculty members and helping them in the calculation of IT? No. You are a student of actually zoology or biochemistry. Are your students creating a red bank for the institution? Why? They have to analyze the blood group and make a directory of the blood grouping of the various faculty members and students. So this kind of thinking is actually needed. So tutorial classes should be there. Value-added courses should be offered. Number of courses with continuous assessment. You need to really have not just examination alone. Please remember one thing. We need to really have a kind of continuous formative assessment. We should have actually multiple ways of assessing the students. It should not just be based on examination alone. It should be based on quiz. It should be based on assignment. It should be based on task. It should be based on problems solving. It should be based on some kind of small project. It should be based on portfolio management. So continuous assessment should be there. Percentage of faculty availing international fellowship. Now you are preparing the students not for Karatakambatti, you are preparing them for Canberra. You are preparing the students not for Hubli, but for Houston. So you need to have international exposure. Only then your students can also go abroad and work. Because please remember, in another 15 years, we are going to emerge as the knowledge superpower. We are going to give the skilled manpower to the entire world. So you need to have that kind of international exposure. Then teach students with NPTEL courses, SWAYAM courses, Coursera courses. So faculty should be really, enrolling in these courses. Only then they can act as advisors. Then annual budget allocated. See, money should be spent. If there is no upgradation of these syllabus facilities, you will not be able to attract the good teachers and the faculty, and the students. So you need to upgrade your facilities. Some of the colleges, if you go, I was there recently in DG Vaishnava College, Chennai. If you look at the facilities there, the management has created in the last 3-4 years, tremendous. The entire campus is looking like what? A new heaven. So that is the kind of facility you must have. I'm sure that M.D.T.Hindu College also will spend more money in building new facilities. Okay. Total number of class with LCD or OHP. Then declaration of results. People are declaring the results within 10 days time. Many of the autonomous colleges, gone are the days where we were taking 30 days, 40 days for the declaration of result. Even before if morning examination is done, is taken by the students, afternoon they are going for evaluation. The next day they are declaring the result. They are not declaring the results for entire course, for entire program. For each and every subject, they start declaring separately the results. So to that extent, things have changed. So Shastra University, if you look at, they have nearly 25,000 students. They declare the result within 12 days. If you go to SRM University, they have got nearly 28,000 students. They declare the result within 3 weeks' time. So you need to really declare the results in record time. Average percentage of pass. But again, quality control mechanism should be very tight. Now, there are institutions. Before autonomy, when it is an affiliated college, the average percentage of result is around 70. Once autonomy is given, the result is 99.9. Autonomy is not given to boost the pass percentage. So you have got to be very good. See, in evaluating the answer sheets. For the same answer sheet, one teacher is giving 18 marks. Another teacher is giving 81 marks. There is discrepancy in valuation. You are not able to have credibility if you are going to deviate so much and give this kind of variation in the assessment. Then, what kind of questions are you asking? The question papers are not scrutinized. No, majority of the questions are actually starting with what. It is like K.P. Sundarambal in one of the songs, N. Just like that. So people are asking, every other question starts with only what. People are not, they have not heard about revised Bloom's taxonomy. If you tell them that there are question verbs to be asked, K1, K2, K3, K4, etc., teachers are not coming forward to set the question paper. They are not thorough with that kind of this application-oriented question, evaluation-oriented question, assessment-oriented question, creation-oriented question. So like that, you have to focus on various what? Cognitive levels, and then what? Frame the questions. Then percentage of students progressing to higher education. How many of your students from BSc go to MSc? And what type of institutions they go? Do they go to IIT? Do they go to NIT? Do they go to universities? How many of you join in your own college? How many of you are joining colleges of A++ grade? So this is the kind of analysis we need to really make out. Then average dropout of the students, unit cost of education, average percentage of seats filled against the reservation, differently abled persons on roll. See, majority of self-financing colleges are not worried about reservation. Please remember one thing, that whatever government of India says, whatever state government says, you have to say you have to oblige. We cannot really cheat the government. Okay, so if 69% reservation policy has to be followed, we have to follow in letter and spirit. Okay, so there is actually an allowance for self-financing colleges. 50% government quota, 50% management quota is there. For the government quota, 50%, you must have reservation policy followed. So, but unfortunately, many try to violate such things. You should never do it. Andavan solra, Arunachala Seira. So, whatever government says, you have to really do it. The number of differently abled persons on road. Please remember one thing: no student should feel inferior on the basis of ability or disability. Please remember, suppose if for physical reasons a boy is not able to walk and all that, he should not really feel that he is a deprived student. We should have that kind of enabling atmosphere. That is why we must have a ramp, we must have a lift and all that. So facilities should be created. So nobody should be viewed as a second grade citizen. Nobody should feel that I am not really encouraged. So that kind of thing you should have. Percentage of autonomous colleges to total number of colleges. Number of teachers from other states. Now we are not able to lure students from the neighboring districts even. M.D.T.Hindu college. How many students are from Nagarkovil? How many students are from Madurai? How many students are from Virudhunagar? We should be able to, like that, we should be able to get students from Assam, Meghalaya, Himachal Pradesh, like that. So if you are going to have good facilities, good teachers, you will definitely be able to attract good faculty, students from other places also. Then donation received for institutions. What is the contribution of alumni or parents for the institution development? I do not know how many of you, how many teachers are from the same institution, how many MDT college students are actually, they have become faculty now. Subhash Chandra sir, how many people are there? How many of you are old students of this college?
Sir, about 10 members.
Abdiya, they all have to donate to the college. Ask them to give 1 crore each. Okay. So they have to support the institution. Contribution from alumni they are asking. So 10 people, ask them to give more money. Not for appointment. It is a donation to the college. Okay. Then percentage of female students. Professional development of staff. Successful innovative practices. These are the benchmarking indicators. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. Quality assurance does not happen by accident. Quality has to be planned. See, as an institution, we should plan the activity for the next year. What is the new program that we are going to introduce? What is the new course that we are going to see? What is the new methodology of teaching that we are going to adopt? New method of evaluation that is have. What is the new theme that we are taking for the research? So you have to plan everything. The institution should go on growing. No institution be stagnant. For the past 15 years, if there is no growth in the institution at all, okay, we are able to only sustain. That doesn't speak well about the institution. This institution should be taken to the next level. So if quality concerns are really addressed, you can take the institution to the next level. Quality is not a single thing. It's an aura. It's an what? It's an what? An atmosphere, an overpowering feeling that the institution is doing everything with excellence. There should be continuous improvement. There should always be continuous improvement. Two things are actually needed. One is ensuring compliance. What do you mean by ensuring compliance? Whatever UGC says, you have to say yes. Whatever MHRD says, you have to implement here. So University Grants Commission says you have to implement R&D cell in the college. Implement it. You should have multidisciplinary malio. You must have it. So like that, you have to ensure compliance to whatever UGC says, whatever Tamil Nadu government says, and all that. Then we have to improve regular improvement. And ensuring regular improvement. Last year there were 10 publications from the department. This year it should be 12. Next year it should be 15. Then year after that you should be 20. Last year 7 people got PhD. This year it should be 10 people. Next year it will be 15 people who have got PhD. So there should be continuous improvement. But what is actually happening? You see the increase just on the year of the NAC. Next year it goes down. then increases. So this kind of zigzag should not be there. There should be a regular incremental increase. Then what is the quality control model that you need? For a good institution, you must have a good student. So quality students should come. Students with high percentage of marks should be able to enroll. So if students are, they will not blindly come unless they are convinced with the quality of the education provided there. They will not have. You must have quality facilities. You must have quality teachers. You should have quality content. Okay, educational content. Only if these three things are there, your students, quality students will be enrolled. So you must have quality students. Then curriculum should be world-class curriculum. Okay, MSc chemistry, if it is there, MSc chemistry of the what model curriculum should be on par with any MSc syllabus of any other Indian university. You must have good faculty. How many of your faculty are postdoctorates? PDF. How many of them have done PhD? How many of them have handled projects? How many of them are in the national committees, international committees? How many of them have visited abroad for paper presentation? So you must have these kind of parameters for faculty. Then good laboratory should be there. Computing facility should be good. Process should be good. Institutional facilities must be better. Institutional support facilities also should be good. So only if these things are there, you must have good outcomes. Assessment should be better, feedback should be better. So you need to have excellent what? Facilities, good teachers, good content. Okay, only then you will have quality education inside the campus. Now, what is the kind of quality assurance mechanism that you have? As I said, teachers are giving self-appraisal every year. As per the UGC dictate, you need to really give a kind of appraisal about yourselves. Even if the college is not insisting on that, at the end of the day, I must have an assessment about myself. This year, how many classes I have taken, how many conferences I have attended, how many papers I have presented, how many new subjects I have added, how many new papers I have published, what is the quality of the publication, what is the average impact factor of my publication, how many books I have written, how many talks I have delivered. Okay, have I got any IPR, patent? So like that, every aspect. See, please remember one thing, you must have a rich biodata. It is not if you have enough, if you have a bio, you should also have data. There are people who work for 35 years, and if you ask them to give your biodata, they are saying that I am 3 years old, I work in this. So other than that, they are not able to say why. If you should really work hard. So greater the output. So academicians are respected in terms of their academic output. Greater the output, greater will be the respect that you will be able to command. So self-assessment is one thing. The university internal review. So that is undertaken for autonomy purpose and other things they are reviewing. Then external review every 4 years or 5 years, max review is there. Then see NAC, if you look at, there are 7 criteria: curricular aspects, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovation, extension, then infrastructure and learning resources, then student support and progression, governance, leadership, management, institutional values and best practices. So these are all the 7 criteria that you have. Total marks is 1,000. In the for the first 3 criteria, there is about 450 marks for that. So you need to have nearly 96 to 106 questions asked. You have to give 70% of them are quantitative, 30% are qualitative. So only if you get 25% in the quantitative metrics, you are eligible for to go for the peer team visit. So all these things are really needed. Now, you have to, there is another thing called, apart from NAC, you also have what is known as NIRF, National Institutional Ranking Framework. I do not know what is actually the ranking of M.D.T.Hindu College. The various parameters are TLR, teaching, learning, resources. Student strength with doctoral students, 20%. Faculty student ratio with emphasis on permanent faculty, 30%. Combined metric for faculty with PhD, 20%. Total budget, 30%. So this is first criteria. Second criteria is research and professional practice. Combined metric for publication, 30% weightage. Combined metric for quality publication, 40%. IPR and patent, that is 15%. Footprint of the Are you listening to me? Kekurda?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Sorry, there is some disturbance. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So these are the various perceptions. Global university ranking, if you look at, this is actually the global university ranking. I'll put it on the full screen. Now, this is actually the Shanghai ranking is there. There are so many other rankings. Okay, this is the, for example, QS World Ranking. Academic reputation is given 40%. Employment reputation is given 10%. Faculty student ratio 20%. So citations per faculty 20%. Then international students 5%. 5% for international faculty. This is the weightage for QS World Ranking. QS Asia Ranking. The weightage given is 30% for academic reputation. Employer reputation 20%. Faculty student ratio 15%. And 10% for research papers per faculty. Citations per paper 10%. Faculty with PhD 5%. International students 5%. 5% for the exchange of the students. This is BRICS ranking. 30% academic reputation. 30% employer reputation. Faculty student ratio 20%. 10% papers per faculty. Citation per faculty 5%. Faculty with PhD 10%. International faculty 2.5%. International student 2.5%. So if you look at, there are a lot of such things. So this has become a kind of usual thing among the universities and colleges. So you need to show high ranking. Is your college in the top 10 of the national ranking framework, NARF? Presidency College is into the top 10. Krishnamal College is actually into top 10. Anna University is actually there in the 12th rank or so. Bharatiya University has got 13th rank or so. Like that, you should really be able to go up in the ranking. Similarly, rating also. NAC is now going to a binary mode, accredited or not accredited. So you will have A++, A plus, A degree and all that based on their score. Okay. So in the 4-point scale score, if you are able to get above 3.5, it is A++. So you need to really get A++ if you want to really stay in the competition. So please remember one thing, all these have become mandatory. Gone were the days where the, colleges were not really going for NAC and all that. They have slowly clubbed with performance. It is mandatory that if you want to have an autonomous status, you must have 3.0 and above as the what? CGPA. Only then you will be able to retain the autonomy. So what I'm trying to say is every institution is now trying to virtually compete with other institutions and be in the race. They want to really score high. For scoring high, you need to really have an all-round development. You must have good educational content. Curriculum should be good. Its implementation should be the best. Teaching learning practice should be good. Then evaluation and methodology should be very clear. And pass percentage should be high. Research output should be more. Then you must have collaborations. You must have extension activities done. Infrastructure should be good. Students should be able to win in sports and games. Then you must have what? The other things, like for example, they should be given free ships, scholarships, etc. Good governance should be there. There should be perspective plan. There should be actually what? A kind of, growth plan for the institution. You must have green practices. You must have inclusive practices. You should have National Day celebrated. You must have best practices. See, you'll have to brainstorm and try to just come out with best practice. NAC also has compiled the list of best practices of the institutions and has come out with good books. So every institution should be able to have a good practice. Few days back, one principal phoned up and asked me, "Sir, you have been giving lecture everywhere, going for NAC as a peer team member and all that. Why don't you tell two good practices?" I said, two good practices are not for Sethuraman. It is asked for your institutions, sir. What your teachers and students are following, that you should project. You should not project Sethuraman's good practice. I said, why I'm saying is, see, sometimes the institutions have become so monotonous, so robotic. They are not able to have any good practices at all. See, everything is actually happening in a machinery way. I mean, in the sense that, like, it is all happening in a mechanized world. Okay, in a mechanized world, it should never be. There should be, see, education. You are dealing with people. You are dealing with what? Hearts, tender age. I mean, students with tender age and all that. So you should really give more. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, if quality is actually compromised, then there will be a problem. Now, people are asking, what is the difference between ranking and rating? Ranking increases the competition, but whether there will be a change in the mindset and attitude of the stakeholders. Ranking is actually for the institution or the stakeholders. That is the question which is actually being asked. Now, before I end up, I just would like to tell you that there is every chance for India to become the best. Already we are into the top 5 economies in the world now. Now it is likely that the youngest population, larger percentage of youngest population only India is having. US is having 60% of the population in the old age. That is the case with China also. So majority of the, Chinese government is now asking people to go for children, additional children. It is not like we two when we should have one, like that strategy. So they want to produce more. Only then they can show some youth population who can work for the development of the country. Now, if you go to US, people who are 60 plus, who are working in Walmart and other things for 1 hour, they will be paid $20 or $10. So they are prepared to work there. You know why? They don't have pension scheme. They do not have any kind of savings and other things. So they find it very difficult to make both ends meet. That kind of situation should never come for India. So we are having the youngest youth population, largest youngest youth population in the world. So please see that this is actually what encashed properly. So if development has to take place, development can take place only through empowerment of education, empowerment of people with education. If empowerment has to take place through education, it cannot take place without the involvement of teachers. So as teachers, we have to willingly involve ourselves in the empowerment of people with education. So only if you involve and then do your might, you can see the change happening. We are the Samaj Shilpis. We are the change agents. I'm sure that every one of us will really rededicate ourselves in the service of the nation so that the best is actually brought in the minds of the people and we are able to empower the rural populace, Indian populace, with the right kind of education it requires for the growth so that we stand tall among all countries in the world. So thank the M.D.T. Hindu College for giving me an opportunity. I'll give 5 minutes for you to interact. So if there are any questions, you can probably, get back to me. I'll be too happy to answer your queries. So over to the participants. Kekarda?
Thank you,
Yes,
Professor,
sir.
for your very nice explanation. One clarification, Professor.
Hello.
Please share
Hello.
criteria
Sir,
for
I'm
every
not able to
institution.
criteria.
Please
I'm
share
not able
the
to.
previous slide.
Hello.
Once again, to explain.
There's some
Hello.
problem I have in sharing. சொல்லுங்க சார் என்ன வேணும்? Hello.
Given by each and every criteria.
Hello.
How much percentage mark?
You will see in the next
How much
session. You don't worry.
percentage? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The other in Ponpandian's lecture and other lectures, you are going to see only that. Kekada?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, there is some kind of drag there. I'm not listening to what the professor says. Anything else?
Participants, if you have any clarifications, you can ask now.
So in the absence of any questions, let me thank the organizers once again for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. So world is small, we will meet again. Untouchability is a crime. So let us all keep in touch. Thank you, everybody.
Sir, you highlighted the trends and challenges facing in the higher education. The list of quality dimension in higher education and desirable benchmarking indicators were really useful to understand the role of a teacher. You thank your personal and classroom academic experience with us. And sir, for your presentation was really motivated and made to realize the responsibility of a teacher and the institution behind the quality in higher education. On behalf of our college management, the organizing committee of this national conference and the participants, I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. M.G. Sethuraman for sharing his knowledge and his precious time in the busy schedule to grace this meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I call upon Dr. S. Lohambal, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, to introduce the second session speaker, Dr. B. Serena Margaret, IQAC Coordinator, Department of English, St. Mary's College, Tuticorin, in the topic, Role of IQAC in Higher Education Institution, Data Governance and Promoting Quality Culture.
Good morning, one and all present here. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker, Dr. B. Serena Margaret, IQAC Coordinator and Associate Professor, Department of English, St. Mary's College, Tuticorin. Today, she is going to talk to us about the role of IQAC in higher education institution, data governance, and promoting the quality culture. This is a subject in which we should all be deeply interested because it is a prime responsibility of IQAC to initiate, plan, and supervise various activities which are necessary to increase the quality of education imparted in colleges. Our speaker, who is an IQAC coordinator, having 22 years of service, specialized in American literature and delivered many lectures in various conferences. So she is an apt person for this session. She has also occupied many professional positions such as ARIIA coordinator, NIRF coordinator, Innovation Ambassador, Center for Digital Learning, member, Board of Studies, Swayam NPTEL online courses, SPOC, Swayam NPTEL local chapters, member, Board of Studies, PG English, Manoormaniam Sundaranar University, as in MOOCs, pursued and received Elite Silver Certificate for online courses. IQAC coordinator, as an IQAC coordinator, he is also acted as an external expert for IQAC St. Xavier's College, Palayakotai. The list goes on. She is also organized and presented and participated in many national and international conferences and workshops. She published 6 papers in the UGC CAT journals. Dear participants, please join with me in welcoming her. I handed over the session to Dr. B. Serena Margaret. Ma'am, please.
Good morning to one and all gathered here. Could you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, I take the privilege to join this two-day virtual conference, NAC-sponsored conference on quality sustenance and quality enhancement in the context of revised assessment and accreditation framework in higher educational institution. I thank the principal, Dr. Subramanian, and the convener of this conference, Dr. Bala Subramanian, the IQAC coordinator, the IQAC team, Ms. Velmani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, the organizing committee members, and all the faculty of M.D.T.Hindu College. And I greet all the participants who have joined in the virtual mode. And the topic I have chosen is role of IQAC in higher educational institutions, data governance, and promoting the quality culture. So I would like to share my screen. Could you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, able to view.
So today, higher education is perceived as an environment where we could test new ideas, debate theories, encounter challenging information, and figure out what one believes to be the best one. So in the educational arena today, our traditional roles alone are not sufficient today. We have to go in for new avenues and explore the new avenues and tread on the untrodden and arrive at the feasible, accessible ideas and encounter the challenges that we come across and achieve the attainment, the expected outcome. So that is the order of the day today. So it is imperative that the IQAC has to relayer the attributes and build the vision, and it has to reflect on the status quo, articulating the quality assurance, trends and outcomes, and sharing promising practices. So we have to bring forward the imperative to make implicit explicit as we examine the complex effort to balance all these things. So analyzing the present conditions and articulating the quality assurance pattern and imagining the feasible template and then working towards it and arrive at the outcome and the attainment so that it becomes a promising practice. So quality, it will be considered as a continuous process concerned with values, internal processes, and effectiveness. So the recent trends in quality assurance initiatives, they show how the higher educational institutions promote quality enhancement mechanisms and their implications for quality cultures. Quality assurance, it should be ensured both at the institutional and at the program levels. So to reorient the focus from quality assurance towards the contextual quality enhancement, it becomes the primary responsibility of the higher educational institutions. The formalization and standardization of data and quality management practices have contributed to expansion of quality monitoring and the potential to identify measures for improvements. So there is a growing belief that higher educational institutions should nurture a quality culture in which structural, managerial, and cultural and psychological elements act in synergy to continuously improve education. So NAC also in its vision statement has given this. To make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiative. So here comes the role of the IQAC. It is more crucial. And NAC has given 3 more mission statements. Totally, there are 5 statements. I have taken 2. And if we adapt our mechanism, our the mechanism of our institution, the organizational context of our institution, based on these mission statements, our data, our quality culture will reach greater heights. To stimulate the academic environment for promotion of quality in teaching, learning, and research in higher educational institutions, to encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovations in higher education. So when the IQAC sits together and it devises the action plans, decision-making, and the way to just make the action plans become a self-realization. So as we know, it is self-study report. Okay, so it is our self-evaluation and how far we are accountable about our quality in teaching, learning, and research. It matters. And how do we approach these categories in an innovative way? There stands our benchmarking. So NAAC suggests 5 core values for all these accreditation process. So the first one is contribution to national development. So here a higher educational institution it has to adapt to changes. So it should nurture an environment where it is ready to adapt to changes. It has to pursue the goals and objectives that it has set forth for themselves. So we have to just nurture the human resource to reach that developed state, and the capacity building of the individuals, the students who come to study in our institution, they should have a bright future, and they should become the progress of the stakeholders. It is crucial for us in deciding the progress of the higher educational institution. So as we have to adapt to changes, we should be ready to accept all the new upcoming trends in the academic arena, and we have to just pinpoint how we can best suit them to our institution's welfare. And the second core value given by the NAAC is fostering global competencies among the students. So the need to develop skilled human resources of a higher caliber. So whatever we teach, whatever we do, the students should be able to get employment, and the employment prospects should be greater. So how far our courses are ensuring employability and entrepreneurial skills? So the course design itself, do we incorporate all the essential elements that are essential for the progress of our students? And the demand for internationally acceptable standards in higher education. So our students should be able to compete at the global arena, and we have to prepare our students to achieve core competencies to face the global challenges. So all these online courses, emerging online courses, so are our students ready to take them up? Are they progressing there? So what kind of difficulties do they face? And just giving them an awareness about how the global standards of education is there in countries abroad, and what kind of courses, innovative courses are taught there. And the higher educational institution, it has to be innovative, creative, and entrepreneurial in its approach. So nowadays, all the higher educational institutions, we have been asked to register in IIC portal, and we have to devise a policy for NISP, and we have to enroll ourselves in Kabila and then Yukti portals. So for ARIA ranking, those who have the institutions who have gone in for ATL ranking for institutional innovation practices, you would know what kind of activities you have to conduct in your institutions so that you could become a part of it. So the faculty, irrespective of their streams of study, irrespective of their specialization, all of us can take in this innovation ambassador courses. So last year they introduced, Ministry of Education introduced the innovation ambassador courses, and we have cleared the basic course, and after clearing the basic course, you have to just be a resource person to other institutions, and you can just conduct invited talks to your own institute also. So, and you have to submit a report. You have to submit a report in the MOE portal, and the page will be created for you individually, and you have to submit. And now, this year ranking, ARIA ranking, when we just registered our institution for this year ranking in the pre-qualifier, when we just, we had a question like, do you have innovation ambassador in your institution? When we clicked yes, immediately all our names who have completed the courses, it became visible immediately. So you see the power of networking. So ISH code is similar for all the ranking portals. So naturally, when the data that you give in a particular framework, it gets immediately connected to all that. So not only for the students, the faculty also should be able to accept and adapt ourselves to the new changes. We have to be creative, we have to be innovative, and most importantly, we have to organize programs in such a way that our students are given a shade of all these new approaches that are coming into the arena. And we have to establish collaborations with industries, network with neighborhood agencies and bodies. So it is for research, and it is for academic collaborations, and it is also for the social welfare issues with the society in the neighborhood that we adapted, in the villages that we adapted under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan schemes and so on. So collaborations is the key word in today's higher educational arena. Foster a close relationship between the world of competent learning and the world of skilled work. So this, when we prepare the data templates, the IQAC and the institution will come across where the limitation is, where we have to perform in a highly influential way. So where we are competent and where we have just pinpointed the gap, whether it is the skill gap or whether it is the data gap. So all these things we could come across. So there should be a closer relationship between competent learning and the world of skilled work. And the student who is competent, he should be able to get an employment. So the curriculum alone is not sufficient, and we have to give the add-on courses and the value-added courses and certificate courses that will help him become employable. And another core value in NAAC statement is inculcating a value system among the students. So the HEI, it is the prerogative of the HEI to shoulder the responsibility of inculcating the desirable value system among the students. So through the ethics classes and all the value education, which is a part of a curriculum nowadays, and through these common core papers, you can bring in those important aspects. So India is a country where we have diversity, cultural pluralities and diversities. So it is important that the students are shown all these pluralities of India, and they should be in a position to imbibe the appropriate values which commensurate with social, cultural, economic, and environmental realities at the local, national and universal levels. So this is an important aspect, an important factor that the HEI is contributing to the nation building process. So we are grooming children, we are grooming students who should be able to appreciate the diversities, and for that they should get the knowledge of value systems. So promoting the use of technology, this is an important aspect in today's context of teaching. So no one would have imagined 3 years back, in the middle of 2020, all of us would immediately adapt to the online teaching. So earlier, before that, our contact of the ICT classes would have been minimal, and all on a sudden, all of us explored this new arena that had been new for us so far, and we became immediately very good practitioners of that online technology. So that should have been continuing when we shifted to the offline mode also. So through the LCD projectors and so on in our smart classes. So the corresponding changes in the use of new technologies for teaching, learning, and governance of HEI. So all the ERP portals and how the finance is financial accounts are conducted in the HEI, in the office and student admission data, and all their day-to-day activities, their attendance, and now all the institutions nowadays, they have adapted to the practice of sending messages once the student is absent to the parents immediately after the first hour. So in our institution, we send messages to the parents immediately through our ERP portal. So the attendance, the manual attendance taken in the class, it is updated immediately through our ERP portal. And all of us have been practicing this online admission also in the past 2 years. And because of the necessity in the change of situation, and for governance, e-governance, it is an important practice. Student admission is done through online, and attendance monitoring and tutored ward attendance, and they're choosing non-major electives, and all the marks and online quizzes, everything. So these are all the important aspects nowadays, and it makes a visible impact on the academic development as well as on the administration. And we have to give the students the state-of-the-art educational technologies. So all these portals, the students are able to do them well, when we connect to them through the online mode and so on. And when we have shifted to the offline mode also, we can just send them occasionally the video lectures and some of the tests and e-assignments and all the worksheets that we can send through the Google Classroom. And we have the system of submitting video seminar, all the PG students, they submit the seminars through the Google Classroom. So they do it very well, actually. When we give them an idea, they just elaborate on it, and they are able to bring in new ideas, and they use new technology. And for the assignment plus seminar, they just present the PPT and record it, videograph it, and then they are able to present it in a very good pleasing way. And technology, it is one of the important factors of a learning resource to manage the activities of the institution through technology enabled way, and it will further the effective institutional functioning. And we can use ICT for resource sharing and networking, as well as adapting ICT enabled for administrative processes. As I already told you, all the attendance and all the marks and the controller's office and the attendance of the student, online quiz marks, and percentage of pass, percentage of attendance, all these things could be taking place simultaneously. And when we adapt to all these new changes, which have become the core values of higher educational institutions, naturally our quest for excellence will be more of a positivity. So we could demonstrate a drive to develop ourselves into centers of excellence, and we can easily identify the strength and weakness in our own teaching and learning processes, so that we can easily understand when we start doing things, the required ones in the academic arena based on the national trends, then we ourselves can identify our own strengths and weaknesses. So, as I already told you, it has to be quality assurance. It has to be ensured at both the levels, institutional as well as in the program levels. And it becomes the primary responsibility of the HEI to reorient the focus from quality assurance to contextual quality. And just framing the template for quality culture of our own institution, the role of IQAC is more crucial, and we should always understand that it is not a cakewalk. Building on a quality culture of the institution, it is not a cakewalk, but it is a hard work, but definitely it can be a smart walk. So when all of us together sit together and just talk and think of devising what is essential in this context, what is the best method suited to us, that only we can decide. And our internal quality, it will lead to external accomplishments. So definitely once the practice which is appreciated, and people will start imbibing that naturally. And so it becomes a continuous practice, and so that it becomes one of the important practices of the institution. So IQAC, it serves as the quality conscience monitor of all the higher educational institutions. We have to all the time, we just look into what is the recent notification that has come, and in what way we could make the best use of it, and or are we already doing that? So some of the activities which we have been doing, if we just tune it in alignment with the new one, easily we can bring in, rather than thinking about it is very difficult, how can we do that within a short notice, and instead of that, already what we are doing, if we can just combine it with that kind of a new one which has been about to be implemented quickly, then our job is very easy. And so here, one second. So these three C's are very important in the IQAC's plan of action: conscience, confirmation, and culture. So the conscience of IQAC in devising all these new aspects whenever they are introduced, that is very important. And confirmation with our own set of working mechanism of the institution, and bringing it to the limelight and making it a quality culture. So this is very important as far as IQAC is concerned. So as we already discussed, the IQAC is the builder of the quality culture of the HEI, and in addition, it has to take into account the structural, managerial, and cultural and psychological aspects that will evolve this quality culture. So structural and managerial, it is in the plane of data maintenance, data governance, and cultural and psychological as the practice becomes a quality culture. So the quality culture concept is when we just view it from the realist review, it promotes organizational context elements. It impacts quality culture, its working mechanisms, and all the associated outcomes, which are an extension of this efficient functioning of the working mechanism of the institution. So IQAC is the most important central drive of all this quality culture development. So distribution of metrics and key indicators across the criteria for the affiliated colleges. The criterion is similar for all the university and the autonomous colleges as well. Only the level of metrics, there is a slight variation. So the key indicators for the affiliated colleges, there are 32, and qualitative metrics 21, quantitative 34, and together total metrics are 55. And the weightage, you can just look at the recent one in the website, which has been updated in June 2022. So the weightage for the first criterion is 100, and for the second criterion is 350, and the third one is 110, and the fourth one is again 100, and the fifth one is 140, and for the sixth one 100, and for the seventh one 100 for the affiliated colleges. And weightage for each category under the one, I think there is a slight change in the new one. So SSR, there are four aspects they combined together in the SSR: executive summary, profile of the institution, and now there is an addition in 2A, the profile of the institution. You have an addition, institutional preparedness for NEP, and there also you have to just talk about the multidisciplinary courses and the ABCs, academic bank of credits, and also about the Indian knowledge system. So all these three now they have asked in this, they have combined in profile of the institution, they have added it, and then extended profile of the institution, and then quality indicator framework. So these are all the four parts of SSR. So in what way IKC can contribute? So I will just go about what we can do, and it will be an indicator in all these, it will cover all the criterion. And IKC, it has to first start with the action plan. Every academic year, we could just do the action plan based on our SSR. So what are we supposed to do in this academic year, which we couldn't complete in the previous academic year? So taking together the 5-year cycle, some of the points that we haven't done the previous year, we have to complete it this year. And then the NAC sponsored seminars, we can get a financial sponsoring as well as academic sponsoring, and some of the other bodies which also just give academic support, like NIPM and then MGCNRE. So all these institutions, when you apply for a seminar, they just give you a resource person. And once you complete the seminars, you get a certificate for the institute, and also the faculty coordinator for, MGCNRE, Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Entrepreneurship Development. And there you have a lot of programs, and you can have webinar for the students as well as for the faculty, and also for environmental related activities. So when you have a program with them, you get a certificate from the Ministry of Education, which you can use it for the certificate from the recognized body, recognized government bodies in the award category also. And NIPM also, they give the institution the certificate on intellectual property rights. So that is also a national body, and you can conduct programs with them. And we have to devise a plan where we could incorporate all these new changes, even for the Indian knowledge system, the ancient knowledge system. In what way, what already existing programs, what do we specialize in? Can we just bring in any course that already has a shade of that, so that we could highlight? And some of the exhibitions. So recently for Teachers' Day celebration, they have just given few guidelines, like exhibition of Indian intellectuals to the Indian knowledge system, and some book reading and so on, and other guidelines. So all these things which we incorporate. So the UGC notification, sometimes, now when you analyze deeply, the notifications that they give and the programs that you have to conduct, and which you have to just upload in their activity monitoring portals. So those programs, they become beneficial when you prepare your report, the IQAC report, because so when you closely follow those guidelines, immediately your data becomes rich, and you can just incorporate them all in all these recent changes that the SSR has brought in. And also the recently from September 1st to 15th, we are about to celebrate Swachhata Pakhwada campaign. And in that, the focus is on cleanliness, and already many of the activities that we are doing. So when we just combine it under this name, and when we upload it, and this time they have asked us to upload in Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, the activities that we conduct, the programs on cleanliness. And also they have given a mail ID where we have to attach the mail as well as upload this. Usually Teachers' Day activities, we uploaded in the UGC activity monitoring portal, whereas this one on the cleanliness campaign, on the activities, we are supposed to enter in the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation portal. So all these activities, you can just, the IQAC can plan it in such a way, in a simple way, like online competitions and webinars, and like single-use restriction of single-use plastic. So some of the topics are already given. So when you just bring them in, you can also use it for your criterion 7. So we have to incorporate the notifications of UGC and planning the programs in such a way. And so that your action plan, when it incorporates all these things, it becomes an easier one. And you are going in a very procedural way, and which is beneficial for the institution, for the students, and for all of the stakeholders. And action taken report at the end of every academic year, we have to analyze. So the plan by IQAC, how much have we done? And the action plan given by the departments. So at the end, when we have a review session, whether the departmental plans, they have been also fruitful. So all these things we can sit together and decide. And student induction program, one of the important activities of IKC. And at the beginning of each academic year, we will be all the institutions are conducting student induction program based on the guidelines given by the UGC, and some of us would have attended training also at Hyderabad for conducting the program. And the importance of having a student council, and you can use technology here also, and involve the students in e-voting, choosing their own leaders through online portals. And also, if it is possible, in our college we have devised an e-voting software, so that students are given chance in the college itself with the systems in different places. They will just choose their own leaders. And orientation, faculty development program, and capacity building initiative for the teaching faculty. So all these programs, we have to go in accordance with the notification of NAC and the UGC. And the capacity building initiatives, how we can do it for the senior faculty and for the faculty below 10 years of experience. So we can devise some programs which will be beneficial for the larger group, and some of them specific for these different sectors of faculty. And for the supportive staff, skill development program on life skills and on administrative skills, and some of them on relieving the mental stress and health issues. For the supportive staff, we can just think about some of the programs in such a way, like for the supportive staff, you can think about a program on ergonomics, because they have been they have to sit throughout their own work space, throughout their work. They in the workspace, they have to sit for long hours. So some of the programs, if we just give a title in that way, and then bring in a health expert, then that would be beneficial for the supportive staff. And attendance sheets for all the student programs. When you conduct a students program, it is important that we take all the participants list. So a simple way of doing that would be, already we have the students list with us, and maybe if you just collect the number of absentees list alone from the departments, you could have the participant list in your hands. You can just take the names of the absentee students, and then your participation list is ready. So we have to know the number. We have to have the number precisely for all the programs. So this is a simpler way of doing things. And as I already told you, the UGC activity monitoring portal, as and then when you complete a program, when you upload with a short report and few geotag photographs, and also the short videos. So all the time when you take when you conduct a program, video, when you just edit a video for at least 5 to 10 minutes, then just immediately upload it in your YouTube channel, in the college YouTube channel, and have the link, and it will be easier quickly. And when certain in the 5-year period, when a few years earlier we would not have taken geotag photographs, and for that also a standard operating procedure, they have given a solution here. Like if you had your location on in the properties, you can just go and show that properties as well as the photograph, and combine it and make it as a separate photograph. So those guidelines are given in the standard operating procedure. So these are all important aspects of IQAC. Each year we have to do that. So academic and administrative audit, external audit, it can be done once in 2 years. And for the internal audit, we can do it every year. Like simply you can give a certain template based on the criterion in the SSR. And some questions you can additionally give. So how many students have completed MOOC courses, and how are there any ranks in that, and some of the assignments and so on you can give. And AQR, you know, the recent AQR, which has been updated in the month of April, it has incorporated almost everything. So when you go by that criterion, no, they're given in the AQR, then when we start doing that in those lines, no, our job will become easy. So from now onwards, if we just go on doing that in that way, our data is also rich, and energy audit and green audit. And the external agencies that have done their report and the guidelines that they have given, their assessment, that is also important. And recently the green campus audit is also done by certain institutions, and there is a central body which is doing that, and based on the square feet of your institution, they will just you have to register, and it is a government body, and they will give you guidelines, and within 3 months you have to just work on the guidelines and keep your campus ready. And so that once they come and do that green campus audit, the certificate that is given by that government agency is valid for 3 years. So that is a green campus audit. And the green audit, it can be done with the people who are the certificate holders in some of the engineering institutions. People have completed, the faculty have completed those courses, and we can approach them and do that for green and energy audit. And the important function of IQAC is to ensure that there is uniformity of data in all the ranking and accreditation portals. So whether it is NIRF, ARIA, so the number of faculty, the student profile, the faculty profile that you give, it should be similar in all the portals, which we should ensure, because when you are just preparing the admission summary itself, you just get the student's name list along with the enrollment number, because sometimes once they leave within a week or within a week or 2 weeks, then the numbers, they don't match. So at that time, after some months, you may wonder why this disparity and so on. So at the time of preparing the admission summary itself, make sure that you are getting a list of students along with the enrollment number and the register number from the student office. And as the Aish code is similar in all the ranking and accreditation framework, you have to have the uniformity in data. Similarly, research details also. So I just found that you have just enrolled in IRINS also. So that becomes an easier aspect, because once enrolling there would take some time. But once we are part of IRINS, it is easier for us to just get the DOI or of our research papers. And even for NIRF data verification, so they will send us before the result publication 2 months earlier, they will send us a list of research papers and patent details and so on, and citation details, and will ask us to just see whether any change has taken place after the date of freezing of the data, so that if there are a number of citations, more citations after that particular date, then we can easily check in this IRINS portal. So each person, when you just click the Scopus ID, you will just come across all the papers that are published under the Scopus index, and year also you can calculate. So as you all know, the financial documents, NAC just follows the financial year, and for the publication, it follows the calendar year. So you can easily get the details from the IRINS portal also. And for Web of Science papers, when you click in each person's profile, if you just click the researcher ID, it will take you to all the Web of Science papers. So in that way, it is easier for the IQAC team to calculate the number of citations that have increased after the particular freezing date in NIRF portal and so on. And so minutes, preparing the IQAC minutes is an important one. So the minutes, it has to have agenda and the action taken report. And for the minutes, the compilation of IQAC is also important one. And the recent, I mean, 2020-21 AQR, they have prescribed the formation of for the preparation of I mean, for the compilation of IQAC team also they have given, we are supposed to include a person from the local body, an NGO and so on. So recent changes in the IQAC compilation that we have to incorporate immediately, and action taken report at the end of for the agenda, and for before the next meeting, what is the action taken report. And recently we have to add all the geotag photos of the meeting. So in the meeting of IQAC with all the members, it has to take place at least twice in a semester. So that the minimum of 4 meetings, we need to have all the geotag photos and so on. And the files to be kept by IQAC, the NAC certificates, intimations, all the peer team reports, and how you have acted upon the peer team report. So some of the suggestions the peer team would have given in the previous NAC. Before the next NAC, have you just completed all? Have you just acted upon all the suggestions? And you have a record of activities or record of the action taken based on the peer team report. And very important, and digital log. So the point is IQAC has all the data of the institution. So all our system is overflowing, all our systems are overflowing with data, and sometimes pinpointing the finalized one would be difficult for us also. So in that way, I would suggest that you keep a digital log. So like a table in the desktop, like a file, you have a table, this data is in this folder in this drive. So like that you give, and supposing you have sent a mail to UGC on a particular day, this data, that also you can keep. You can have a digital log where you are entering the location of the particular data that you have prepared in the system. And also if you have sent the data to one of the professional bodies on that particular date, mailed and so on. So all these SSR criteria files, and we will have the quantitative metrics and also the qualitative metrics, number them correctly, and all the links, they have to be active even after the results are accredited, even the next accreditation time. The links of the previous SSR, they have to be active. So it is highly important that the IQAC has a separate server. So if you just tell the management that it is very important that the IQAC has a separate server, because all the data, all the links, if you had just read the manual carefully, they have given you that the links have to be from your website or from your server, not from any outside server, like any cloud storage like Microsoft or Google or Apple, whatever it is, any outside data servers, they don't accept except your website or your own service. So you have to have all the documents for SSR, the supportive documents, and the links have to be functional even after the result is declared. Even the next accreditation process, next cycle process is on. Even then, the previous links, they have to be functional. And the AQR preparation, annual quality assurance report, and all the supportive documents, and they also have to be in separate folders. You have to know which one is the final. As I told you, you can just enter them in the digital log in your system itself. And audited documents, the financial documents, sometimes what happens is that the financial document, it will not be specific. So academic and non-academic expenses, so we have to just calculate precisely. And sometimes, when in the financial statements, if the auditors have used more of generic terms and not a specific ones, you will find it difficult to just categorize them into academic and non-academic. So while submitting the documents itself to the auditor, you have to inform the office in such a way that you need the heads under the financial statements in such a way so that it is easier for you to get under these categories for academic and non-academic, and also for the NAR, other capital and operational expenditure and so on. So it is when whatever be the financial statements given by the auditor, we have to inform prior how we need more specifically, and then after getting also we have to check whether it is coming under the same head and so on. And then annual logs, the annual reports of the institution and the reports of each department. So you can have a print in print form as well as the annual report. If it is presented in the college day through video, that also we can have a storage of it. And then magazines, college magazine, and the students' contribution in the magazine. And if you have the habit of conducting competitions for manuscript magazine, all these things, they are rich data source, and you can cross check. And all the activities of IQAC and the other departments, make it a point that it gets notified in the annual log, because NAC has given very clearly that all the activities that you are mentioning in the giving in the report SSR, it has to coincide, it has to be in alignment with the annual log of the institution. So sometimes, when we submit the annual report, when we prepare the annual report, it would be somewhere around April and so on. And in the vacation, we have conducted something, means you have to just add them and so on, and make sure that everything is a whole. And also the MOOCs file, excuse me. The MOOCs file, so if the students are taking the MOOC courses, and the first thing to be noted is, if you are a part of a local chapter, it's a good attempt. Or if you are not yet a part of local chapter, you can apply for becoming an NPTEL local chapter. And NPTEL local chapter, if 25 of your students just get good marks, and then there is a criteria for getting for the institution to get an active NPTEL chapter certificate. So there is also ranking. So to come under first 100 rank, it will need a lot of elite silver certificates and so on. But the active local chapter certificate, if more number of students get a pass mark, you will get that certificate. So again, you are getting that certificate from IIT Madras. So naturally, so that also becomes an important certificate for your award. The institution gets a certificate as an active local chapter. And the students' certificates, and some of your students should have become a topper, and or topper of top 5 awards percentage, topper of top 5 percentage, and so on. So all such student performance, higher performance, we can notify. And also we have compiled the student certificates with the this particular course, how many students, which year, and so on, how many elite silver, and how many gold certificates. And it gives awards to students. NPTEL gives awards to students who perform well in the domain specific knowledge also. Like one of our students, she received NPTEL a Discipline Star Award because she has done 7 courses within 4 semesters. One of our PG students, she was so interested to do, and when we encouraged her, and she completed 7 courses in 4 semesters, and she was the first student in the southern region in all the 4 southern states to get that award. Our faculty have got awards, but a student getting that award, she was the first one in the southern region, NPTEL Discipline Star Award. So all these things, it is one of the important aspects of learning process also. And the e-content videos. So the e-content that we have prepared, and some of the good PPTs that we have with an animation that we have recorded using the screen recording softwares and so on. We can have a store of them, and we can have a link in the website also. And the on-duty forms of our faculty from the office, if we update them weekly or at least monthly from the IQAC, one of the non-teaching faculty, we just ask them to update the recording of the on-duty form. So our faculty participation will will be recorded as in there. So that also saves our time, when we sit at the last moment and then try to compile all these things, it will be difficult. So this one on-duty forms from the office we could get, and just ask one of the non-teaching faculty to just type it and keep it ready. Then it is easier. And similarly, media reportage of all our events, the reports and newsletters. So all of them, all the departments can have a newsletter. The departments also can have a newsletter per semester, so that all the events are recorded. And NAC sponsored seminars and seminar invitations we have to keep. And for the seminar report, we can have it the invitation. And for the report itself, you can have the invitation and then a short report, geotag photographs, and also the list of, number of participants, and then the video link, a short video of the seminar. Then you can upload it in your YouTube, or if it is an online event, the entire one, and then just the link, paste the link. And this is the report format that we have in our institution for all the seminars. And as NAC says, the seminars on IPR, entrepreneurship and skill development, you can ask the departments to prepare the report in this form itself, so that it is easier for us, when we start compiling the report in this way, it will be easier for all of us. Reports of the departments, alumni associations, sports, NSS, NCC, and PTA, you can follow this simple pattern, so that if you just inculcate all the aspects, in an effective way, and centers of excellence, clubs and forums. And for this, clubs and forums, you will have under all, some of the mandatory clubs will be there, literary associations will be there, and then anti-ragging cell. So you have to take votes and so on. And then all these things, you can notify them, and the activities of the clubs. So you would have combined those clubs under one center of excellence. So that you can have as a video presentation, and you can have the report of it. And audit also, I have already told you, you can just have a review of hostel also. And then syllabus, now we have outcome-based education. And outcome-based education, you have to, now recently the university has also gone in for this OBE, and you would have seen all the program outcome and program specific outcome, PSOs, and the course outcomes, how all these three have been mapped, and how we are going to just check the course attainment and how the students are able to just attain the course outcomes. So how are we going to measure that? The methodology, they ask for that also in one of the criteria. And you have to just think about how we are going to question them in such a way that it becomes easier for us to calculate the course outcomes, like the OB syllabus itself and the add-on courses, if you are just giving any specific skill sets and so on, and academic calendar with all the programs of the institution given precisely earlier itself, and then the minutes, Board of Studies, Academic Council, Governing Council, and all the feedback, in the first criterion 1, we have the feedback. So it is important that IPSC devises a feedback mechanism. So for the students, you can just take in the student satisfaction survey itself. And if you want to add anything particular to that you can add and get the survey done through online mode. And for doing that online survey, you can just have separate links for each outgoing batch, so that it becomes easier to just get all the data quickly. Because first, when you just want to do it separately for each class, it may take some time to just create the new links. But once the link is sent to all the outgoing batches separately, it is easier to pull the data and just prepare that action taken report, graphic reports very easily. And then the action taken report on the feedback of the stakeholders, it has to be recorded in the academic council as well as in the governing council, so that we have to see it very precisely. And then the files, the other important files are organogram, and then college profile, and the college policies. And then for the feedback, again, you can just have feedback of each program, whether it is online or offline. The programs you can get, and faculty feedback, all the stakeholders, it is important. Faculty, students, and then alumni, all the outgoing students, and parents feedback, preferably given to languages, in English as well as in Tamil also. And then employers feedback. So employers feedback also, you can devise a format. And you can get feedback from the employees, and as well as maybe some of them, they give it in their letterhead. How well your students fare, and alumni feedback in alumni association meetings, you can get it done, and you can circulate it online also. And outgoing students, you can get it online, or when they come for the graduation day and so on, you can get it in person also. And PTA meetings, make it a point that you circulate the parents feedback form. And then feedback analysis, it has to be done. And the action taken report, it has to be registered, as I already told you, in the statutory bodies. And then mentor-mentee records, it's an important one. So mentor-mentee records itself, if you just bring in all the details, it is easier for you to get the data. For example, if you just ask them all the details, like their Aadhaar card, most of the mentee record, we will have only the admission number. But if you have the enrollment number also, it will be easier for you to just proceed with that. And the certificate courses that they have taken, and a non-major elective course that they have taken, if they have just participated any and won prizes in any inter-university or national and international events, their participation inside campus, outside campus, and their own membership in student bodies, whether they are as office bearers or as a member. So all these things you can bring in, and their paper presentation. So as and when the students go and perform, and then they can come and just get the mentee record from the mentor, and they themselves can fill it, so that it is easier for us if they take any government exams like GATE or and for other exams, NET exams, and so on for the PG students. So when they enter themselves the mentee record from the mentor, so it is it's an easier process in the end. So for example, we would have had all the records for the students who have passed the exams, like NET exam and then NET exam and JRF. The students who have passed, we would have had the hall ticket and so on. We would have their admit card and so on. But this time in the AQR, they have asked for the students who have appeared also. So at that time, it was very difficult to just get it from all the students who have completed their course. So as and when the students write such competitive exams, if you get from them in your mentee record, you prepare a booklet so that you record all these things from criterion 1, what we need from the students, like from the criterion 1, what kind of certificate courses, do they go for an internship, do they have a field project, and you can have a field project as one of the components of your curriculum itself. Or if you just go for or you can give them as an assignment also. And if they just go for internship, how many days and what is the format of getting a certificate from the internship, that and all IKC can devise. And all these records of internship, student, major project, third year and second PG, what the project that they do, all these titles, everything can come under this mentee record. So if you can think of from the criterion 1, criterion 2, and also the criterion 3, whether they have presented a paper or participated, and then their own attending the exams and so on. So all these things, if you combine together in that booklet, and it is easier for you to pool the data. And also the certificate courses, I think certificate courses. And certificate courses also, it is important that you have a brochure, like you just specify for the certificate courses the format of your template to be like certificate courses. You just say what is the outcome of this value added course, and then how many hours, and then what is the syllabus, and then what is the expected outcome of this course, and what are the benefits of this course, in what way it will make the student employable, and the schedule of the certificate course, and then the students' attendance, and then the sample grade sheets. So all of them, if you just scan it and keep it as a single file, your data becomes richer. So it is initially, when we start, it may appear to be something very difficult, but once we come into the practice, it becomes the order of the day, and soon you will not struggle for any lack in data. No, pooling data, IKC would have suffered a lot. No, we may think, we have everything, but when you go and look in for it, you will find a lot of limitations. No, the numbers don't match, and you would have thought this will come under this, but you don't find enough data for making that come under this. And then reports of grievance redressal committee. Any student has taken up any grievance redressal, has approached the grievance redressal committee, and how many days has the committee acted upon it. So all those reports you have to have. And for example, if the students, when we went on in the online mode, some of the students would have said they had a lack of data, and then they would have said that it is sitting for long hours in the online mode is tedious for them. So all these things, how the institution has acted upon those grievances raised by the students. So you have to have a record of it, and then all the important certificates of the institution, 2F and 12B, and then the self-appraisal form that we submit to the university at the time of affiliation of all our experiences, all the positions held by us, everything. So all those things. And each program when the IQAC is doing, so it is important that IQAC maintains that a record, and also the feedback received from the participants. So how you are acting upon it, and whether the programs organized by us, whether we have arrived at the associated outcome. And like all our data, pooling of data and data governance. So whenever we just couldn't get something, we have to think of the ways of getting back. Sometimes it will be there in the very what do you call that, in the very forte, but sometimes when we ask in the office, they will say that no, it is not that, it is not how we maintain. But when you just term it in a different way, they may be able to tell you, okay, this is it, we have this in this way. So it is important, it is highly of importance nowadays that you have to just think of a very feasible way of networking with our own different offices in our own institution. And just sometimes and you may arrive at the possible solution also. Sometimes we may think that it is not this data we don't have at all, but if you ask it in a different way, they would have maintained in a different manner and in a different name. So you should be able to question it in such a way, and you are able to get the data and all these criterion. Okay. And all the bills, in recent template, it asks for all the original bills. For example, if you have said this much MPBS you have for your Wi-Fi, so then you should have that original bill, and also all the MOUs, the validity, everything, the MOUs that along with the MOUs, the functional MOUs, you have to conduct a program, at least an activity that particular year. So that we should be very careful. So otherwise our quantitative metric, we cannot give that, even though the MOU's validity period is within the limits, then you cannot give it because we haven't conducted at least one of the activities that particular year. And all the MOUs, their originals and everything. And if through the MOUs, if we have conducted any training programs, any student exchange, or even internship. So all these things we have to have the proper record. And as I told you, for all the student related activities, like the clubs and forums and so on, the participating students, if it comes under the mentee record, it will be easier for us to pull the data. And the students, as and when they just get a get a prize in any of the competitions outside the campus, that certificates, it has to come to the department. It has to come to the department. And if your ERP is, it has that, it has the provision for the data. So for the student certificates to be uploaded, then it will be easier for us to maintain all the resources, and so that not even one point is left out. So teaching, learning, and research, all these activities. So when we just have or following the desired norms, automatically our data will become rich. And it is highly important that IQAC also maintains that data very well. And in case, as I told you, you cannot just pinpoint certain things. No, you have to just think about the ways in which the data that you already have could be incorporated. And then you can also have the when the eminent personalities, they come to your campus, you have the habit of getting their viewpoints, their perceptions in a visitor's note. And the best practices, as Sir Dr. Sedaraman told in the previous told us in the previous session. So the best practices we have to know, which is very good, which has been quite a good one, and we have been following it for many years now. And then some of the best practices like experiential learning. It may be you may have the habit of taking the students to different places for experiential learning, or it may be like it is your tutor. What is already mandatory, we cannot show it in our best practice. And some of the good practices of the institution that had been there for long, and say student-centered seminar, any teaching learning process which is unique to the institution, and also the community development programs, your also engagement with the society in the neighborhood, adopted villages, some of the entrepreneurship training program for the women. If you have the habit of just focusing on that, and if you have just got any award for your extension activities, more number of students taking part in the extension activities, all these things, it can be one of the best practices. And it is important that the IQAC just arrives at you thinking about the best practices. You can just have a conversation with all the faculty also, so they may also just think, each one will have a perception, and they will also tell their ideas, so we can evolve at which we can have as the best practice of our institution. So all these things, when we are able to do continuously, and the files, not only of the IQAC, the files that are maintained in the department. So each file, it should have a table of content. What you have inside the big file, you can just give it as a table of content in the front, and it is authenticated by the head of the department. And recently, who have uploaded the AQR would have felt, all the important, all the qualitative metrics, all the that we submit, it has to have the authentication by the principal. So you have to have the seal and the signature of the principal in all the documents, and then only you can upload. And also the as I told you, the links, they are also very important. The links that are to be functional, and certain links they would have asked as URL. Certain other links you can generate from your own server. So whatever it is, they have to be functional, and all the documents that you have, the files that you have, they should have the authentication. And then even for your socially relevant activities, like your activities in the neighborhood, if you can get a signature from any of the NGOs there, your document becomes all the more authenticated. So all these aspects, if IQAC thinks and just gets the gets the cooperation from the faculty and the students. Students also sometimes could enlighten you on. So we just started a group of students wing in IQAC, and students, they eagerly came to us and then asked us, no, can we have a small activity like, can we have a small e-newspaper and so on, circulated within the institution. So like that, students will also have ideas. So it is important that IQAC as a team, it works together, and also it initiates that kind of team spirit among the faculty as well as the students. Once you start doing that in way, you will get appreciation, and cooperation is all the more on the upcoming. So success is the sum of all the small efforts of each individual, which is repeated day in and day out, that contributes to the growth and the tremendous development of the higher educational institution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your profound knowledge about the role of IQAC in promoting the quality culture. Participants, if you have any questions, you can clarify it with the resource person.
Hello, Serena ma'am. I'm Dr. Somna Datta from Jaipur.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a very good presentation. I just wanted to clarify the reports which we are sending, especially of the meetings. So meetings, individual departments are also doing, say, for example, English department, chemistry department, they're all doing their individual meetings.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
all those individual meetings have to be kind of documented and sent to a central place, and all these individual department meetings are to be uploaded, or what?
Ma'am, actually, we collect from all the departments. We have given them this template to be followed. Like,
Right.
if the department is conducting a seminar or a meeting, we have asked them to bring to send that report to us in such a way, so that we can just include the seminars which come under only the 5 categories that NAC has given right now, like
Right.
Research methodology, entrepreneurship, skill development, innovation. So those things. So we will just see whether we can just bring them under these categories. So
no, but I was talking about the meetings which we are doing, what purchase committee meetings and the BOS meetings, that which we are doing individually in the department. That you, when you prepare the report.
That is also, we give a report, ma'am. We have a format for that. So Board of Studies also, we have a format like what is the agenda and what is the query raised and what is the suggestion given by each members of the members of the board, and that we record. And that Board of Studies meeting, it is given in the academic council also. We just read it, the minutes of it in the academic council, the changes that we have incorporated after the Board of Studies meeting. So that we have a format like agenda, what are the queries raised, what are the solutions given, and even for the governing, academic council and so on. After the Board of Studies meeting is over and the changes are accepted, and then the percentage of revision, everything we calculate, and we have a record for each course, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, madam. Another point was, ma'am, about the alumni. Who forms the alumni? Is it a registered body or it is formed by the college itself?
Ma'am, actually, recently only we have registered our alumni. Earlier one we have formed only from the college, but 3 months back we registered, ma'am. We registered our alumni with all the.
So that is mandatory. We have to register it as a society.
Yes, ma'am. As a society, we have to register. Yes.
And then you have elections every 2 years to
Yeah.
get the president and treasurer and all that like that?
Yes,
It has to
ma'am.
be done like
Yes,
that.
ma'am. We have to go by that. When we register, we have to follow those norms very precisely.
Yes,
And
society
we have been
rules.
into it only for the past 2 months, I think.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am, for your clarification. Now I request Dr. Lohambal to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
On behalf of our management, principal, IQAC coordinator, head of the departments, and all the faculty members for taking your precious time from your busy schedule to deliver the keynote address at our conference. Madam, you furnished a clear explanation about fostering global competitors, how to promote the use of technology among students, the concept of quality culture, about IQAC activities, the importance of energy audit and green audit, how to collect and handle reports, and maintenance of the files. Thank you, ma'am. It will be very useful to us. Your presence and voice verify our cause in the best possible way. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and value. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's almost time for break. I request all the participants to get connected in the same link shortly at 2 p.m. for the noon session. Thank you, ma'am. Feedback link will be posted in the chat box. All the participants are requested to fill up the feedback link through which you can get your certificate. A very good afternoon, everyone. The noon session of today's conference begins now. I would like to invite Dr. Velmani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to introduce this. The noon session of today's conference begins now. I would like to invite Dr. Velmani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to introduce the speaker of this session, Dr. N. Ponpandian of Bharathiar University, in the topic Role of IQAC in Maintain Quality Standards in Teaching, Learning, Evaluation and Research. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon to one and all connected here. I feel proud to introduce and welcome Dr. N. Ponpandian, Professor and Head, Department of Nanoscience and Technology, Bharathiar University, Coimbatore. Sir has a lot of achievements and has rich profile, but I wish to mention few of them. He has been awarded the Senior Scientist Award 2016 for Physical Sciences by Science City Government of Tamil Nadu for his tremendous contribution in the area of nanoscience and technology. He has the vast research experience in reputed research institutions such as University of Madras, Chennai, IIC Bangalore, University of Berlin, Germany, University of Rostock, Germany, and University of Nebraska, USA. He has developed several sophisticated instrumental facilities for research in nanoscience and technology. He has expertise in various research areas such as magnetic materials for memory and biomedical applications. He has published more than 130 papers in well-reputed international journals and delivered more than 175 lectures for researchers and students. He has completed 4 research projects and received 2 more research grants recently. Under his guidance, 8 scholars awarded PhD. With these words, I welcome you, sir, and I request Dr. N. Ponpandian to share his thoughts to enlighten the participants.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you for your introduction, detailed introduction. First of all, I thank the principal, Dr. Subramaniam, and the IQAC coordinator and the organizing committee, Professor Bala Subramaniam, as well as all the organizing committee members for giving me the opportunity. Today, in my lecture, I'm going to talk a little bit on the teaching, learning, and evaluation process one should follow based on the NAC process. Usually, as per IQAC, IQAC is meant for NAC only in most of the institutions. But based on this, how this teaching quality, IQAC can maintain the teaching quality and learning resources as well as the research. Okay, this is what the topic given to me. You all know that the IQAC, internal quality assurance cell, now many of them, they call it as that not a cell, internal quality assurance system. Okay, that is what they call, not a cell. Now this cell, you all know that the role of this IQAC. Okay, this is not actually the performing body. This is actually always a suggesting body. Okay, whenever something happens, the IQAC, always the IQAC will give suggestions to the administration as well as the management to implement certain things. If it is a policy decision or something related to enhancing the curriculum with some guidelines, all the things they study in detail and they give suggestions to the administration as well as the management to improve the quality. Okay, the NAC, you all know that there is a 7-point criteria. I think in the morning lecture also, there are 2 lectures. You might have heard so many things related to this. But even then, I just wanted to tell few things about the assessment. Why do we need the assessment and why do we need the accreditation, assessment and accreditation? Can you able to see my slides? Anyone?
Sir. Yes, sir. We are able to view.
1 minute. Now it's not in the full screen mode. It is not in the full screen. Is it in the full screen mode? No, no.
No, sir.
1 minute. It is not coming. Now?
No, sir.
Now it is in the full screen, no? Check it one more time.
No, sir. It's not in the full screen.
Okay, I will again sorry.
But we are able to view, sir.
But even then I can close it and come back again.
So if you press F5, it can.
No,
see
it's
the
okay.
full screen.
Now I think.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. This is actually the role of IQAC in teaching. The title itself somehow misleading, but this is not a role. Okay, this is again IQAC is a suggesting body. I already mentioned. The IQAC always give a lot of suggestions in terms of all the 7 criteria about the NAC. You all know about the importance of the 7 criteria. Okay, I hope in this particular workshop, NAC sponsored workshop, all the participants may learn a lot of information about all the 7 criteria. Today morning also other 2 speakers, Professor Sedraman and other speaker might have explained a lot about the quality enhancement in higher education institutions. Okay, again in the NAC also, one of the accreditation council, but they also always giving suggestions to improve the higher education institution in terms of quality. Everybody is talking about the quality. Quality is an important parameter in all the cases, not only in education, in all the cases, the quality is the important parameter. In education also, the quality is one of the important component. Here, based on the NAC perspective, we need a quality in the 7 criteria. Okay, you all know that all the 7 criteria. I also touch upon little bit and straight away I can go to the teaching learning process. Okay, you all know that the importance of the assessment process. Why do you need the assessment? Is a process. Again, for example, we are teaching in the classroom. We have to assess our students. In that way, there are so many institutions in the country that should be assessed. Okay, that should be assessed. Okay, that is assessment is the process of valuing an organization. Now, why do we need the assessment again? In order to see the viability of organization here, but in class, in order to check the knowledge level of the students. Okay, in order to check the knowledge level of the students, we need to have an assessment. Okay, here in the institution, to see the viability of that particular institution and to meet the core objective of that particular organization concerned. That is what we need the assessment. Now, what is meant by accreditation? That is another important thing. Here, the accreditation is the process of ranking an organization on the basis of its assessment. Now, every student can be assessed. Okay. Now, if you make a comparison among those students, then it will give the accreditation. That is what we are giving the ranking to the students. First rank, second rank, like that we are giving rank to the students. Here, this accreditation, they are giving some grade points. Okay, they are giving grade points. That is what the accreditation is. It is a process ranking an organization on the basis of its assessment. Why do you need the accreditation again? It provides, again, assurance and formal recognition of the competence of an organization and its staff in performing specific tasks. Okay. Now, in India, we all know that based on the NAC accreditation only, many of the funding also, as well as based on this grading, the colleges are further promoted. Okay, further promoted, and also students also prefer to go to some better accredited institutions. In that way, the accreditation is a very, very important process nowadays among the higher education institution. The NAC is doing that particular thing. Okay. Now the NAC, you all know that I don't have to explain, but the vision of the NAC, everything you know, but I don't have to explain much about things because I have very limited time today, only 1 hour, because I have another meeting after 3 o'clock. So I will cover as much as possible in the teaching, learning and research. Okay, here, this is one of the vision statement to make quality the defining element of higher education in India. Okay, the vision is to define the quality in terms of higher education institutions. All the higher education institutions of India should be ranked based on their performance in the 7-point criteria. Okay, these are some of the mission statement of NAC. I don't have to read all the things that you know, because if you go to the NAC website, you can see all those informations. Okay. Now, here, the methodology of NAC, the NAC methodology for assessment and accreditation is very much similar to the quality assurance. Okay, they all wanted to check the quality. I will explain how the quality can be improved based on the 7-point criteria. From that, I can continue the teaching learning process. Okay. These are the core values of NAC: contribution to national development, fostering global competence among students, inculcating a value system among students, promoting the use of technology, and finally the quest for excellence. Okay, these are actually the core values of NAC. Okay, all the informations are there in the NAC website. But even then, I just wanted to touch upon that. How the NAC can contribute to the national development. Okay, there's the first one. Here, you all know that all the higher education, the role of higher education institution is actually significant in human resource development as well as the capacity building of individuals. Okay, that is in that way. These two are actually very important for all the higher education institution in order to cater to the needs of the economy, society, as well as the country as a whole. In that way, this improvement in the higher education institution and quality enhancement in the higher education institution is very important. And again, to serve the cause of social justice, to ensure equity and increasing access to higher education. For that, the NAC looks into the ways of higher education have been responding to all the 7 criteria in terms of quality enhancement. Okay, this and all I can skip. Okay, this and all not so important. Again, just I am explaining the core concepts of NAC in a detailed way. These are. Okay. Okay. I can skip some of the slides. From this, I can continue. How the quality can be attained in terms of NAC perspective. That is the first one is a curriculum development, teaching learning process, research and development, infrastructure development, student support, governing and leadership, as well as the institutional distinctiveness. These are the 7 criteria of NAC that everyone knows. The title may vary a little bit. These are the core concepts, 7 concepts of NAC. In all these 7 criteria, the role of IQAC is to give more suggestions to improve all the things. Okay. In terms of curriculum development, that everyone knows that how we are developing our curriculum. Okay, how the NAC insisting us to prepare the curriculum. You all know that the first thing, the curriculum should contain, the syllabus should contain the courses related to each program there are so many courses, all those courses that contain the local and national as well as the international level subjects. Okay, for example, some of the subject we are learning in that particular program may help you to gather some knowledge related to the local needs. And some of the courses may give some knowledge related to the national levels. And again, some of the courses may be national level means, for example, if you take a example of commerce, MCOM is a program, there previously they might have studied about the VAT. Now they are studying about the GST. This is under national level. Okay. And again, one of the important topic in the commerce is a Tally is a program. In local shops, they use this kind of software. The Tally is a software. Now, most of the cases they are not using. They are updated in terms of some computer-based other programming. Okay, there is a local. Again, GST is a national. And like that, in the international level, something might be there. Okay, in that way, we have to frame the curriculum based on local, national, and international. In that way, the curriculum should be prepared. Okay, again, this is what the NAC requirement. Now, again, how this particular curriculum can be enriched. That is another important, because we wanted to improve the curriculum based on the latest cutting edge technologies. Okay, in that way, we have to lose some of the basic concepts in that particular subject. Okay, for example, recently, some 2 years back, the +1 and +2 syllabus has been revised. Okay, we just have a think that based on that, do we have revised the BSc syllabus or BA syllabus or BCom syllabus? Not yet. They are still retaining almost the similar syllabus in most of the cases, at least in the affiliated colleges, not in the autonomous college, at least in the affiliated college, syllabus is not yet revamped based on the +2 syllabus. In that way, what all the things they have learned it in the +2, again they are repeating when they are going for BSc or BA or BCom. Okay, but the UG syllabus has to be updated. Okay, that we are not performing in a better way. Okay, and for that, some of the component from the PG degree will be transferred, which should be transferred to the undergraduate degree. In that way, the PG degree may get some new advanced topic from the latest cutting edge research. Okay, in that way only the curriculum will be revised. But there, some of the basic concepts we always have to retain. But in order to strengthen the curriculum with the latest research techniques, you have to lose some of the basic concepts. For that, those particular papers can be added as an add-on course or value-added course. That is what the NAC is insisting us to have a value-added course or skill-oriented courses or some add-on courses. Okay, that should be minimum 30 hours. Okay, in that way we are enriching the curriculum. Okay, again, another important component is actually whether the curriculum is actually a choice-based credit system. Okay, you have whether you have implemented the choice-based credit system. Okay, just have a think whether we have implemented the choice-based credit system completely. No, not yet. Okay, only we have partially implemented the choice-based credit system, but we always tell that we have implemented the CBCS, but it is not correct. Okay, CBCS means every semester there are some core paper, one elective paper. That elective paper should be an interdepartmental one. Okay, but it is not happening in many of the programs in the institutions. And also, one of the important components in the choice-based credit system is actually this continuous internal assessment. That also we are conducting as a compulsory internal assessment, not a continuous internal assessment. Okay, the continuous internal assessment means if there is a student, he is writing some 2 or 3 internal examination in the classrooms. Finally, in one fine particular day, in the end semester examination, the candidate may not able to write the examination. Okay, she may be the first rank candidate in the class. Because of some accident or some illness, physical illness, she or he may not able to write the examination. In that way, the candidate might be failed in our present situation. Okay, but the continuous internal assessment means based on the 3 internal examination or 2 internal examination mark, the candidate should be passed in the end semester examination. This is what that also we have not implemented. In that way, we are implementing all the things. It is not completely. Now, recently, we have implemented the outcome-based education system, OB. That is also again another mandate for this kind of accreditation process. There also we have implemented the outcome-based education, but not completely. There is outcome-based education means we should have some graduate attributes, program educational outcome, program specific outcome, course outcome. Now there is another concept that is called it as LOCF, learning outcome based curriculum framework. Okay, in that way we have to frame the curriculum. Okay, for that, first we have to find out the graduate attributes. Based on that, we have to frame the program educational objective. Based on that, we have to form the program outcome. If the program is specific to some subject, then you have to frame a PSO, that is program specific outcome. Then every course have a course of 2, 3 or maximum 5 of course outcome. Okay, this is what we have to frame. What we have framed that particular curriculum. There again, this is actually a student-centric approach. This outcome-based education is a student-centric approach. Whether we are preparing the syllabus based on the outcome-based education, no, there also it is not. What in most of the institutions, what they are doing is they have already a syllabus. Okay, for that they are putting one objective on the top. In each course, in the top of that particular course, they are inserting a objective, some one-line objective, and again bottom they are writing some 4 or 5 course outcomes. Okay, course outcomes, and finally they are doing some mapping. This is not real outcome-based education syllabus. There we have to first check the need for that particular student. So this is a student-centric approach. If you frame the syllabus for some specific subject, what the students learn out of that. You have to think that particular one first. Based on that, you have to frame the course outcome. For that course outcome, you have to frame the syllabus, Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3. This is what the real outcome-based education syllabus. Okay, all the things, if you improve, if you frame the curriculum in that way, your curriculum is a very good one. In that way, the curriculum is a very good one. Now, I can come to the teaching learning process. There, in the previous case, the curriculum development, there is one important component is a feedback. Why do you need a feedback? Feedback is another important parameter to strengthen the syllabus. For example, we have recently implemented, almost all the institutions, they have implemented the outcome-based education syllabus. There, each course, end of each course, they are mapping with the course outcome with program outcome or program specific outcome. Okay, there they put strong, medium, and weak. Okay, in that particular matrix, strong, medium, and weak might be there. Based on the feedback, the end of the course, the students will give some feedback. Okay, end of each course, the students will give some feedback. And again, end of the program, when they are leaving from that particular graduation or post-graduation program, they will give some suggestions. And they become the alumni. Maybe after 2-3 years, they will come back and tell you some suggestions to improve the thing. These are all the feedback. If you put that feedback and improve that curriculum, then that particular matrix, strong, medium, and weak component may get strong, more strong. But the medium may get strong, and again the weak may go to medium. In that way, your curriculum will be further strengthened. In that way, the feedback is another important component in the curriculum development. Okay. Now, this is a first criteria. You just have a think that if there is an institution, they wanted to deliver something good, some good curriculum, then framing the curriculum and is a very, very important thing. What are the need? And again, there the skill development, employability, you improve the skill and employability of the students, as well as entrepreneurship. Okay, the students also may become the entrepreneur after completing their programs. In that way, we have to frame the curriculum, and again, finally, the feedback will strengthen this. In that way, the curriculum development is an important component. Okay, but my topic is not that one. The teaching learning process, and the next one, that's the research. Okay. Why the teaching learning is so important in terms of higher education institution. Okay. Now, come back to the first one, the curriculum. The institution have a very good curriculum. If there is a university or autonomous college, because the affiliated college, they have to only follow the syllabus of the university. Okay. But here in the university and autonomous colleges, if there is a very good curriculum, but the effective delivery of the curriculum is so important. Okay. How one can effectively deliver the curriculum, that is so important. For that, what are the things you need? For that, the IQAC has to give some suggestions to improve the teaching learning process. Okay. There, the role is very important. Okay. The first thing is actually the quality teacher. Okay. Even though we have a very good syllabus, okay, in terms of the content wise, the syllabus is very good. But the next important component is delivering the curriculum. How one can deliver the curriculum in a very good way. That is a very, very important thing. For that, the first and foremost important one is actually the teacher quality. Okay, that is what they check, the quality of the teacher. Okay, what is meant by quality of the teacher? Again, whether the teacher has cleared the NET-SET examination, or whether they have completed the PhD, and all the things can be verified in that first part. And again, even though the teacher has joined as a faculty in particular institution, whether they are able to further strengthen their knowledge with some other additional information. That means the faculty development program, or they are attending the refresher orientation courses, all those things that decide the teacher quality. That's what they wanted to check in the, it's for that, the IQAC, what the IQAC will do. You all know that in the 7th Pay Commission, okay, when they implement the 7th Pay Commission, one of their important recommendation is actually the IQAC has to play a vital role in improving the quality of the teachers. Okay, already there was a mechanism is there for to check the quality of the teacher every year. That is actually called it as a self-appraisal. Okay, most of the institution, they are having the self-appraisal. Okay, now NAC perspective also, it is actually a mandatory one. Now the pay commission aspect also, it is a mandate one, but I don't know how many institutions are doing or not, but it is very important in that in terms of the 7th Pay Commission. Okay, here what they are suggesting is the IQAC has to collect the self-appraisal report every year from the faculty members, and they should verify all the things, and finally they have to give a recommendation. Finally, they have to give some recommendation, whether it is excellent, good, or satisfactory. Excellent, good, or satisfactory. They should have for example, for the 5-year period. For example, there is an assistant professor joined in this year, and they will get promoted in the next 5 years. Within next 5 years, they will go for the next promotion. Okay, assistant professor 1 to assistant professor 2. In that way, there are 5 years. Intermediately, there are 5 years. Among these 5 years, at least they should get a grade of good for 3 years minimum. Okay, then only they will be promoted. Otherwise, they will not be promoted. This is a condition that they are mentioned in the 7th Pay Commission report. Okay, in that way, one of the important thing, one of the role in IQAC is actually to verify the quality of the particular teacher through the self-appraisal report. Okay, and you all know that first they insist us to appoint the teacher based on their qualification. They stress upon the PhD completed candidates. Okay, those who completed PhD may be given first preference. That is a first point to improve the quality of the teachers there in the teaching learning process. Okay, now the next important, after they become a teacher, and in order to strengthen their knowledge, they have to further strengthen the subject, depth of the subject through several activities. One among them is actually to attend the refresher orientation and faculty development programs. Okay, in that way they are checking that too. Okay, for that, the IQAC also has to conduct so many programs to enhance the leadership quality of that particular teacher, and again so many other programs also. For example, in order to strengthen their teaching and research skill, IQAC always has to conduct so many programs like writing a research proposal, how to write a research proposal, or art of writing a research proposal, and again art of writing the research article. Like that, they can conduct several programs to enhance the quality of that particular teachers. Okay, now another important component in terms of the teaching learning process is actually the individual teachers. Okay, the individual teachers, they are actually a very good teacher. For example, in some of the colleges, now the teachers might have more than 25 years or 30 years experienced teachers also there. I know that because based on my experience with my teachers, I know that they are all very good in their subject knowledge. Okay, but they are teaching only to the students in that particular college. Okay, that particular college, but they have a very good or very depth knowledge in that particular subject. But in order to utilize that knowledge by the other students, they have to create their own online Swayam and MOOC courses. That is another important component in the teaching learning process. Okay, the teacher has to create their own Swayam as well as the MOOC courses. Okay, do you think that is it possible or not? Definitely possible, because the teacher used to teach one particular paper for an entire semester of more than 3 months. Minimum of 90 days, they are teaching that subject to the particular students. In that way, they are giving so many lectures. But here in the online courses, the lecture hours are very limited. Okay, in that way, they can create their own knowledge, their own online courses very easily. Because you all know that when you go and check the online courses, some of the courses are very good, some of the courses are not up to the mark. I know that many of the teachers, even in this forum also, have a lot of experience in making their own courses, because you have a lot of experience. If that help, if you create that particular courses, that help for the improving your curriculum, currivitae, and again to improve the institution curriculum. That means strengthen the data for your institution for NAC as well as NARF. Okay, now the NARF is another kind of ranking. There also this particular component is very important. If the teacher, there are, for example, the college might have some 100 or 200 teachers, at least 5 teachers, they have their own 5 courses. In that way, the NARF is giving 5 marks to that particular college. Okay, But in the NAC, hello. Okay.
Sir?
Yeah. Is there any problem? Participants, if you have any questions, you can interrupt me at any time. Otherwise, please mute your mics. Okay. Okay. Another important component in terms of the teaching learning process is this particular online courses. And again, another important thing, there are so many components in the teaching learning process. Okay. The next important one is actually the next important in the teaching learning process is actually how one can deliver the curriculum by effectively utilizing the latest technologies. That is what the ICT based technology comes in. Okay, we all know that previously we took the lecture in the OHP projector. Then later it can be converted into the PowerPoint presentation during the pandemic situation, because before pandemic, most of the teachers, okay, we don't know what is webinar. Okay, now because of the pandemic situation, we learned a lot through the internet. Okay, the webinar is a process to convey all the things in a very effective manner. Okay, in the webinar, not only the PowerPoint, even we can show a lot of movie-like stuff, and again, a lot of other information also you can share together with the students. Okay, in that way, the technology, how effectively utilizing the technology to deliver the curriculum. That is another important component. Okay, that is what the teaching. Okay, this is effective teaching by technology. Then these all actually the good teacher by effectively utilizing the technology to deliver the curriculum. That is what, because another important component in the teaching learning process is to find the NAC always insisting. Sometimes it makes stupid things, but even though that also very important component. The one is how they always ask one question, that how to find the slow learners and how to find the fast learners, and how you are effectively enhancing the knowledge of the slow learners as well as the fast learners. These are the questions. Okay, here also we have to give some information. So we have to give some ideas to find out the slow learners. Wherever you go, if you go and ask any colleges, immediately what they used to tell is, during the first semester examination, we can able to find out the slow learners. Okay, and again from that, we also find the fast learners. Slow learners, we will give some remedial coaching, and the fast learners we used to give. We always tell them to attend so many conferences and give some extra works like that, like they used to tell. But there are a lot of other mechanisms exist. Okay, there are so many other mechanisms to find out the slow as well as the fast learners. For that also the IQAC has to give some idea to improve the quality there. All these aspects are enhancing the quality. Okay, now what are the ideas to find the slow learners? Okay, we are admitting the students from the +2 levels. Okay, some of the courses, they might have come from the mathematics background. Some particular programs, they come from the science background. Some particular program, they come from the commerce and accountancy background. In that way, when they enter in the classroom, within a week or sometimes, you can interact orally. That is a first thing. And again, you can conduct some examination based on the +2 syllabus. Okay, based on their +2 subject, we can have some small examination that may be some objective type question or something. Okay, like that you can conduct so many other ways of some evaluation pattern. If from that you can easily find it out who are the slow learners and who are all the fast learners. Okay, from that you can give some additional work to that particular students. If it is a slow learners, you can give some work. If it is a fast learners, you can give some work. This is what the slow and fast learners. In that way, the teaching learner process will strengthen. You can strengthen the teaching learning process. Okay, another important component is actually the evaluation. Do you know how to improve the evaluation pattern? Do you think that really we are improving the evaluation pattern of the students? No. How do we evaluate the students? We always evaluate the students in terms of their writing skill. Okay. Now, you all know that one of the important components in the NAC aspect also, there is how one can check the attainment in the course level. We are framing the curriculum for one particular course. Finally, end of that particular course, we should find out whether that particular candidate has attained that particular course outcome or not. This is what the attainment, checking the course attainment. Do you think that really it is possible to check all the things only with a written examination? It's very difficult because in the outcome-based education, we have to prepare the question paper based on 5 or 6 different knowledge levels, starting from the remembrance level to creative level thinking. Intermediately, some analyze, synthesize, like knowledge level and all come. Okay, here starting remembrance to creative level thinking students. Okay, how to evaluate those kind of students? How to check the remembrance level of students? If you ask some definitions orally, if they are able to answer, then they have a very good remembering capacity. You can test that particular way. For example, in the Bloom taxonomy, based on the Bloom taxonomy, you might have heard that this knowledge level will be tested based on some phrases in the questions. Phrases in the questions. If you use that phrases, they are telling that you are checking that particular knowledge level. Okay, for remembrance means then question paper should have some words similar to that particular word. If you want to check the creative level thinking of the student, some of the words in that particular question should use the some things. Okay, in that way, based on the Bloom taxonomy. Okay, in that way only they are framing the question paper. You just have a think that there is a course teacher, they are teaching some subject to that particular students. Finally, the end of the semester, the question paper is set by another examiner. Okay, and they are writing the examination. And finally, that paper can be evaluated by some other examiner. In that way, whether we can be able to check the creative level thinking of that particular students. It's not at all possible. Okay, it is not at all possible. Thereby, the evaluation pattern should be changed. Okay. NAC also always insisted within the 5 years period, when we are going for NAC, they ask the previous 5 years data only. They always ask, for the past 5 years, okay, what are the changes you made it in the evaluation pattern? This is one of the important questions. Okay, based on the outcome-based education, how the evaluation pattern can be reformed or reframed. Okay, you just have a think. How to change the evaluation pattern? For example, you all know that nowadays, if you are interviewing some candidates orally, okay, if you call for interview, ask some question orally, most of the students, they are not able to answer the question properly. But if you tell them to write, they can write somewhere. They can do some good writing, but they are not able to deliver it orally. In that way, the oral examination should be further strengthened. For that, you should have some mechanism. That is the kind of evaluation. Oral examination also we always tell that there is a Viva-Voce. Okay, but do we have the Viva-Voce examination for BSc and MSc students? Not much, only the project Viva-Voce. The subject also should have some Viva. Okay, in that way, there is a oral exam. In class, many of the teachers, they ask some questions. Okay, that is what oral examination. But we are not giving any mark for that. But mark also should be given. That is what the evaluation. Okay, some people, some students, they can be able to answer in a very easy way in the class when the teacher asks. But some of the students, they may not. Okay, but how you can again give mark to those two candidates? That is also kind of evaluation. Okay, then another important thing in those kind of candidates, for example, sometimes some of the questions, some of the candidate, they can answer it in a clear way orally, but some of the candidate, they can be able to make some kind of product based on that particular experience in the subject. Okay, for example, there is a teacher, they are teaching some subject in the classroom, and based on that particular topic or course, they are telling the students to tell some story-like stuff. Okay, and you can ask few students, some of the stories may be interesting. Okay, the students, they can tell some stories maybe in an interesting way, and also the story also may be able to prove it. Okay, then what we have to tell is, tell the students to prove that particular story. In that way, they can make some product. Okay, if it is working, again, we have to encourage that particular students to make their own prototype device based on the experience. Okay, here, creative level thinking means we have to improve the innovative thinking. We have to induce the innovative thinking of that particular student. This is not happening in many of the cases nowadays. Because in the school level, we are making the students to, making as a students as a engines to, making as a students as a engine to create mark, not learning the subject. Okay, they have to score 100 out of 100. Okay, they don't have to learn anything. They have to only study to score mark. In that way, only our school level. Okay, till they do the same thing, the innovation never comes in their mind. To induce the innovative knowledge in that particular students, that is an important thing. For that, now the student, the teachers, they don't have to teach much in the classroom. They always induce their minds to make the students to become the innovators. Okay, what is the innovation? What is the research? Because my next topic is a research. Okay, here only the research will come. The starting point of research is innovation. Okay, there is innovation, sometimes need research, sometimes it may not need research also. Okay, innovative thinking always comes from the mind, not from the research. Okay, I can tell you one example. You all might have seen the plastic cup to drink the cup of coffee or tea. Okay, if you want to make a tea, what we will do, if we take a plastic cup and there is a cup of hot water. Okay, we pour the hot water and the plastic cup, and again we put the packet of tea and tip on that, and maybe for a few seconds or something, then remove the packet and drink the tea. This is what usually we drink the tea, tip tea. Now, here there is a small innovation. The people, they are making a small innovation. What is that innovation? We always make a bottom of the cup, and top of that there is a cylinder that will go and fit in the bottom of that particular cup. In that particular area, there is a cloth pack. There is a cloth pack. That cloth pack is filled with some tea leaves. Now, that the cloth pack also can be stitched are pasted in the bottom of that particular cup. In that way, that will not come out. Okay, that will not come out. Now, if you pour a water on that particular cup, you can drink it, you can keep it for some time and you can drink it and you can throw it away. Okay, just have a thing. This is a small innovation. Okay, not a big innovation, but this is a small innovation. But if the students, almost all the students start to think like that, they become a great innovators. Because many of the students, they never think. You all know that I am living in Coimbatore. You all know that the city of Coimbatore have a lot of industries and lot of industries. But many of the industry people are even not a graduates. Okay, many of the industry people are even not a graduate. Okay, they have a very big industry, but where they are going, where the studied people are going. Okay, they are graduate and postgraduate, doctorate, and all are going where they are going. They all want a job. That's all, government job, especially the government job. Now, you all think that the government job is nothing. If you have an industry, you can learn a lot. You can earn a lot. But for that, we have to change the mind of that particular student. That is the aim of the outcome-based education. That is the aim of outcome-based education. Here, starting from the remembrance, you are making the students to make a creative level thinking students. If you have if the students have a lot of creativity, and they will be put it into the Institution Innovation Council. Most of the colleges, they have this particular council that is directly comes under the AICT through the Ministry of Education. They are creating the Institution Innovation Council in every higher education institution. There, this creative level thinking students will be put into. They are actually promoted to participate in the hackathons, in the state level hackathon, national level hackathon. From that, if their knowledge is good, they are supported by the Institution Innovation Council. They are giving a lot of training to improve the knowledge level of that particular students and to make their own product. If that product is a successful one, then they are giving some funding also to further strengthen them. And again, the government, now they are insisting all the higher education institutions to make a incubation centers. These kind of students again further put it to the incubation center. There they are making the prototype devices. That devices are successful, and again, that institutions have entrepreneurial. They are promoting to sell their knowledge to some companies, or they are helping that particular students to start their own company. Okay, this is what all the things. All the things should happen in the teaching learning process. Okay, based on the outcome-based education. And you all know that the evaluation pattern also should change accordingly to find out this kind of students. Okay, this is what the teaching learning process. Okay, then next important one is actually the research. Okay, you all know that the curriculum, that should be a very good curriculum to cover the local, national, international, and there should be a value addition, skill and entrepreneur related courses should be there in that particular curriculum. And again, the feedback, now the effective delivery of the curriculum, that is a second component. You think that the quality in terms of curriculum, enriching the curriculum, again, delivering the curriculum and evaluating the student performance. All these are enhancing the quality in terms of that particular two components, curriculum and teaching. Now, the need for research. What is the need for research? Because we always teach the students, when the teacher always prepares some book. Okay, whenever they go, before going to that particular classroom, they used to sit half an hour or 1 hour to read some books and go and deliver that particular curriculum. This is what usually happens. Okay, but instead of that, based on the experience by the teachers to deliver the curriculum, it will be much more in-depth knowledge to that particular student. This is a concept of research. Okay, if they do research in that the specific topic and deliver the curriculum in that particular topic to the students, in that way, the teacher can effectively deliver the curriculum to that particular students. That is what another important component is research. Okay, if the teachers do research, they can perform in the teaching also in a very better way. Okay, that is what the research is so important. For that, what are the things to do? What the IQAC also has to do. In the previous component, in the teaching learning process, one is IQAC has to evaluate the self-appraisal report, but always giving suggestions to improve the infrastructure by the administration as well as the management. That is another important component. And again, in the examination section, they always give suggestions to improve the evaluation pattern and again the verifying the evaluation. All the things are very important. Okay, the next important thing is a research. Again, there is a quality research. Okay, we all know that the research, what is research? If you do some research, means you have to perform some experiments. Based on that, there will be some output that will be communicated to some publication, through some publication. This is what we think that the research. Okay, this research is some 20 years back research. Whatever the things we do research and again publish a paper. Initially, they call it as publishing a paper is a quality of research. Okay, now what is the quality of research? After some time, that particular journal, they call it as a quality journal. What is meant by quality journal? Initially, some of the people, okay, some of the subject, they have to publish a paper in a Scopus and Web of Science, and some of the subjects even it is published in the UGC care listed journal or a reviewed journal. In that way, they can submit a PhD thesis. Okay. After some time, some few years back, they made some restriction on that. Okay. In some cases, the care listed journals are not allowed, not permitted to do some things. Okay, submission of PhD thesis or promotion or in the ranking purpose, in the NIRF as well as the NAC accreditation process, they are not considering in the care listed journal. In that way, they wanted to promote the Scopus and Web of Science Index journal. That means they call it as a quality journal. There also, the quality can be defined as Q1, Q2, Q3 journals. Q1 is a quality 1 journal, that is a maximum impact factor, like that. They consider so many factors. Okay, publication, then later it becomes the quality publications. Okay, now further, how they are improving the quality in terms of research? Okay, that's a quality publication, again, that can be converted as a patent. Okay, there the further quality is improved. Okay, how the quality improved? Again, publication to quality publication, that is actually one step ahead. Again, the quality publication to patent, that is another step. Again, what is the next step? Now they are asking that the patent, that is not a valid one. Why valid one means that is actually a Churakai. Tamil, you all know that the proverb Tamil, that is actually Etu Churakai Karikodavada. Adeda, same thing. They are telling that the patent doesn't help for everything. Okay, based on the patent, if you are able to make a product, then you are improving the quality of your research further. Okay, later something else may come after some years. Now, journal, quality journal, patent, now the product. Okay, almost all the places they are insisting the product. Whenever you write some proposal to any funding agency, finally they ask one question: what product comes out from this particular project? But you all know that, we all know that it is very difficult in terms of the faculty members working in the academic institutions. But even then, all the funding agencies, they are insisting to do all those things. Okay, this is what the quality of research. Okay, this kind of research again further strengthen the teaching quality of that particular faculty members. In that way, the students will be much benefited. Okay, there's a specific area, because previously all the teachers have their own specific area. If they are able to deliver in 4 or 5 different subject areas in an effective way, the student knowledge will be further strengthened. The student knowledge will be further strengthened. Okay, now here there are so many components in the research. Also in the NAC perspective, there are so many different things. For example, your institution is whether they are able to support your research or not. That is the first question. And whether you have a policy to conduct the research, that is another important component. Okay, then how many projects you are obtaining from the funding agency, how many publications you are publishing out of that. Like that, they are checking so many things in terms of research. All the things, again, the IQAC has to promote the research also. How? Again, how the IQAC has to. For example, here, whatever they have to do is they do a lot of encouragement to the teachers. They have to give some encouragement to the teachers. Okay, for example, some of the teachers, they become a very good researchers, but even though they wrote so many proposals to the funding agencies, it may not get approved by the funding agency. For that, the college has to give some support in terms of money. That is what the seed money grant. That should be recommended by the IQAC. That should be recommended by the IQAC. That is a one terms of improving the quality. If you support to the faculty member, then only they can able to do some research. In that way only they will get some good publications. And if they have a good publication in the later part, again they can able to apply for a good project. From that they can able to get a project. This is what the concept of seed money grant. Okay, just to have a thing whether how many institutions are supporting like that. Okay, for that the IQAC also has to play a small role. They have to give some suggestions to the administration to support that particular teachers. Okay, that is what the IQAC has to do one thing. And again, the IQAC has to encourage the teachers. How? First, in terms of funding, the faculty members are getting some funding from the funding agency. They should be awarded in some way. Okay, they have to give some award. Okay, and if they publish some good article, research article in a good journal, then also they should be recognized or they should be awarded with some small incentive, at least a certificate. In that way only they further strengthen their research and teaching skills. Okay. In that way, the research, again, you have to encourage the patent filing also, because the patent filing also will give some mark in the NAC accreditation process. Okay, for that the college has to support, because you know that the filing of a patent cost around minimum of 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. Okay, previously it was so high. Now the cost has been reduced little bit, but even then it is little bit high. The college or the institution may support to the teachers to file a patent. Okay, in that way, filing a patent is another important thing. For that, the IQAC has to support through the IPR cell. The college or institution should have some IPR cell. They may support to the individual teachers to file a patent and make a product. And all the way, they have to give some suggestions to the administration to encourage the faculty members. Okay, These are the important things. This is what I wanted to do in this particular lecture. How to improve the teaching learning process and how to have the research and development in the NAT process. And again, the role of IQAC to improving these two criteria, teaching, learning, evaluation, as well as the research. Okay, now you just have a think of all these three components. Curriculum, in order to deliver a curriculum, the effective delivery of curriculum, teaching, learning. Again, to have an effective delivery of teaching, you need a research. In order to have all the three, curriculum, developing a good curriculum, and effective delivery of curriculum in terms of teaching, learning, and again to do the research, you need a very good infrastructure. Okay, for example, the curriculum development means you need a very good library or internet connectivity. And again, in terms of teaching, learning, the ICT-based infrastructure. In the research, latest cutting-edge knowledge-based research equipments. All those things are very important. That is what the fourth component, that is an infrastructure. Okay, then the fifth component, you all know that the student support. Even though you have all the three, for example, if one institution is in a very remote area, the students are coming from a very poor background, they may not able to pay even their fees. For that, you have to support in terms of scholarship or some free seats. That is a one thing. Scholarships or free seats, that is a one thing. And another important thing is actually in terms of scholarships as well as the free seats. In terms of the students, there is one of the important thing is the scholarships as well as the free seats. And another important thing is actually to strengthen their knowledge in terms of curricular and co-curricular activities, as well as to give some training to further progression. Okay, student either go for higher studies as well as to go for some job. In terms of all the things, the student support is a very, very important one. And in order to have all the five components, that is actually curriculum, teaching, research, infrastructure, and student support, you need a very good leader. That means that you have very broad governance in that particular institution. Thereby, there also the short, medium, and long-term goal of that particular short, medium, and long-term goal for that particular institution, and that should be properly executed by that particular leader. And again, the decentralization process in that particular institution, all those things are very important in terms of governance. And finally, another important component, that is a institution distinctiveness, that you all know that every institution, they should have some uniqueness in that particular institution. Uniqueness of that particular institution is so important. Okay, compared to other institutions, our own institution should have maintained some quality component. Then only the students can come to our institution, and you can accommodate the good students in that particular. Further, you can improve the quality of that particular institution. Now you can just have a think of all the 7 criteria, whether it really enhances the quality or not. But now I hope you can able to understand the component which I'm supposed to enlighten you, that is a teaching, learning, and evaluation process, as well as the research and development. Okay, maybe with this I can stop it. If you have any further questions, I can ready to answer 1 or 2 questions, please.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can clarify with the resource person.
So any questions I can ready to clarify. Whatever the things I have delivered here is actually my own perspective. Maybe something may be right in terms of you and something may not be right. And if you feel that it is not correct, you can excuse. Because these are actually the general topics. It may change, the perspectives may change person to person. Have any questions, please? No question at all.
Now I request Dr. P. Velmani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Once again, good afternoon to one and all gathered here. On behalf of management, principal, IQAC coordinator, and the faculty members, first of all, I am very grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation in your busy schedule. Sir gave an excellent coverage in quality enhancement in teaching, learning, evaluation, and research, and pointed out that IQAC is a suggesting body to improve the quality culture. Sir also sketched out that one of the core value of NAC is contributing to national development and a learning outcome-based curriculum, promoting latest cutting-edge technology, remembrance to creative level thinking, evaluation of students, and innovative quality research. Sir, on behalf of the participants, I assure that the points discussed by you surely paves the way to improve the quality culture of the institution. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. I once again thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let us move on to the paper presentation session. May I now request all the participants presenting paper to be ready with your presentation in the slot order. First, I invite Mrs. C. Satya Lakshmi, IQAC Coordinator and Vice Principal, Holy Cross Home Science College, Thuthukudi, for presentation. I invite the second participant, N. Ammukutti Alai Sridevi, Department of Physics, Annai Hajira Women's College, for presentation. Ma'am, you can share your slides.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? Is it visible?
No, it's not visible. Yes, now it's
Yes,
visible.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, your screen is visible. You can share your presentation now.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. All thank the organizers of this conference to give me such an opportunity to present my article on benefits of online assessment on this session. The outline of my article is Introduction and Advantages of Online Assessment on assessment tools for teachers and perspective view of models conducted on this side, and finally so in the century education teaching environment drastically developed, as we all know. Information communication technologies have led the growth in the range of internet tools that has been used for research, learning. Teaching and learning must be assessment one. So, assessment does to of labs and improvement for the encourage
Ma'am,
them to go.
Sridevi, ma'am, your network connection is not stable, ma'am. Please
Okay,
check
ma'am.
your network connection.
Now is it visible, ma'am?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, ma'am, you can proceed.
So in an online setting, the non-existence of physical space and face-to-face interaction between the lecturers and students leads to diverse techniques of assessing learning in a class. So to ensure the assistance of online assessment, and we have concentrated this article on the benefits of online assessment. So what are the advantages of online assessment? So here we can see the higher education institutions adopt the online assessment in order to obtain, develop accurate and faster method to assess students rather than traditional measure. So based on that, what are the advantages? So first of all, quick results. So we know assessment is an important part of education. So the students need not wait for weeks and or days to wait for their results. So it is best to use online assessment tools to cut down on the waiting time between exams and results. So on this part, the quick results is very important for the students today. So they can use the time to learn more new things. So that is one advantage. Then economical, it greatly reduces the human, logistic, and administrative costs associated with the traditional assessment method. So it is economical one. Then customization of test modules. It brings diversity and creativity among the teachers to compare to their traditional methods. So the paper patterns of examination can be diverse. They can be set according to their the themes, technology, subjects, or the skills of the students. So based on the skills of the students, the test modules can be customized. So it offers a very good opportunity for the teachers as well as the students to go to this method. Then geographically flexible. Uh, there is no limit, geographical limit for this online assessment. Teachers can teach from anywhere, students can learn from anywhere. Similarly, the text test can be conducted from anywhere. So these online assessment tools are also linguistically diverse. So when they are linguistically diverse, the languages is not a limitation here. The students can write their exams in their preferred languages. Then environmentally friendly, it gives the institutions the opportunity to go paperless because the examination related papers, printing, and the transportation of the same, they are completely eliminated here. So these are some of the advantages. There are more advantages than this, but I would like to mention these 5 advantages on the advantages of online assessment. Then online assessment tools for teachers. So here, to track the educational process of students by teachers, certain online assessment tools play a vital role, which provides the students new learning materials. Also, the teachers can use these online assessment tools. So some of the online assessment tools I have given here. The Plickers, the first one, it collects the formative assessment data in real time with no need of student devices. Formative assessment, next one, it gives you can give live assignments, grade them, and give immediate feedback there. Then Survey Planner, third one, it creates quick surveys to get a grasp on student knowledge. Then Remind, this is also one assessment tool. You can send quick text messages to the students as well as the parents to check for understanding. Then Inspira assessment tool, the teachers can create open book or closed book exams here, and you can also give some diagnostic test when you are studying the students' capability. Then Moodle, it focuses on creating dynamic online tests or websites. You can also create websites using this. Teachers can share their information with parents also while tracking the student success. Then Kahoot, it is a fun assessment tool. You can create online quizzes in all areas of subjects here. Then Testmos, it generates automatically graded online tests that teachers can use when tracking students' progress across multiple courses. Then Survey Anyplace, it allows teachers and it can create online assessment of the students' perspectives on educational topics and also real world scenarios. So some of the online assessment tools are here, and the teachers of today's generation can go with these online assessment tools. So perspective view of the respondents, to understand this perspective view of the student and faculty community, we made a survey on the benefits of online assessment through Google Forms, and we got the responses. We took the responses of 50 respondents, 30 students and 20 faculty. And you can see from this table that most of the student faculty community, they have selected agree and disagree for all these questions, which are focusing on the benefits of online assessment. And this diagram, from this diagram, it explicitly says that about 80% of student and 80% of faculty, they are preferring the transmission mode from the traditional method to the online method of assessment. So some of the views on the respondents, I want to discuss these things. One is elimination of impartiality in the system. The respondents, they strongly believe that this form of assessment will not give any room for partiality in the evaluation process. So this approach will definitely eliminate the partisan attitude on the part of the teacher when it comes to estimate the academic achievement of the students. Then less consumption of time and a speedy mechanism. Students are left to wait for days together nowadays in order to know the results of their exams, and accordingly they have to decide their future. And even parents are also left like that. So in order to eliminate such things, if you go to online assessment tools, this consumption of time will be less, and we can obtain the results very speedily so that the students and parents can plan their future. Then mental preparedness. After the onset of COVID-19, familiarity with the online process of learning, it's very familiar among all. So taking up online tests, presenting academic related work through electronic mode, it's a remarkable turnaround in all the colleges and universities. Large group of students are mentally prepared and psychologically welcome this online assessment procedure. Then the competency at the international level, Today's conspicuous picture is that most of the reputed HEs in the foreign countries, they are switching over to the online method of teaching, learning, and assessing the academic credential of the students. And even experts from India, they visit such advanced universities, gain knowledge about the advanced systems, and they adopt here. So the respondents feel that they can equally compete with the foreign students in terms of getting gainful employments, lucrative jobs, and pursuing highly demanding courses elsewhere. Then the indispensable importance of technology plays an important role here. The respondents are very hopeful that this electronic method of teaching and learning and assessing welcome to stay in our country in near future, because it will make the job of the teacher easy and environmentally viable. And computers replacing papers, notebooks will become very handy in the hands of examiners to objectively evaluate the academic growth of the students. The teachers also can customize the assessment methodology according to the level and needs of the students electronically well. Then transparency and foolproof system. And here the transparency is important. It will also be very transparent and bias free in measuring and calculating the level of achievement of the students. So on the other hand, such a practice in HEs across the country will definitely make the job of recruiting agency or an interview board to verify and confirm the credentials of the students at the touch of a button. The students can be anywhere in the country, and the recruiting agency can be anywhere. They can recruit them at the touch of a button in an electronic gadget. So obviously it will be a foolproof method to come to conclusion regarding the academic accomplishment of the candidates seeking jobs or in pursuit of worthy academic programs. So these are some of the inferences we understood from the survey on the benefits of online assessment. So finally, conclusion. So if the country has to go further, there must be readiness at the government, university, and UGC level to introduce this system effectively well without any impediments. Higher percentage of respondents will be in total agreement in implementing this online assessment system at the higher education institution level across the country. It almost gives an assurance that it will lead to a lot of benefits to the student community as well as teacher community, and at the large to the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants can interact with the presenter if any queries.
Nice presentation, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to slot number 3. Dr. V. Margaret Pondrani, Jyoti Nivas College, Autonomous, Bangalore, to share her presentation. Slot number 3, Dr. V. Margaret Pondrani, Jyoti Nivas College, Autonomous, Bangalore, to share her presentation.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Let me share my screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
It's visible.
Yes. Good evening to all. Today I am going to discuss about the benefit of online assessment and software, online softwares. First of all, I would like to thank God to give me this opportunity to present paper in the national level conference. And also I'm thanking all the organizers to give me a chance to present paper. So let me move on to the table of content. Today I would like to discuss about I'll be telling the introduction of the online assessment, and I would like to discuss about online quiz and benefit of online quiz. And also I would like to discuss about open source software, and especially I would like to discuss about Python. Teaching. So education is the process of transferring knowledge, values, methods, skills, and belief from one individual to another. So online quiz is designed to reach and engage the modern learner to one-to-one basis anywhere, anytime. So for example, online quiz and all, no, if the students couldn't come to class, no, from their home, wherever, if they are in, they can attend this online quizzes. So they won't miss it. So they can attend anywhere. If they are in anywhere, anytime, they can attend the online quizzes. So some more principles of effective teachings. So first of all, we have to address the individual differences, and we have to motivate the students. We have to avoid information overload and encourage social interaction, provide hands-on activities, encourage student reflection. So according to this individual difference, in the sense, for example, we are teaching mathematics. So some students know they'll be very good in differentiation. Some students they'll be good in integration part. Some students they'll be good in groups part. So that we have to identify their own individual differences. Then we have to motivate students on that. Okay, so you can go further research and all. Now you can go with this differentiation, integration, like that. We can motivate the students, and we have to. When we are teaching, we have to avoid the information overloaded. So whatever needed, that we have to give to the students, and we have to encourage social interaction. For example, other activities and all, there are inter-college competitions, everything we have to encourage students, so that they will go out and they will gain some more knowledge on that. And we have to provide hands-on activities. So if suppose if we are during the teaching and all, we have to motivate students for we have to give practice, okay, to them, okay, to participate all the activities, and we have to give some more idea on that. For example, if I am telling my student to go and participate on lecture competitions, what is my part, what I am giving to her, so am I helping her? So that and all we have to think of in that way. We have to provide all the hands-on activities, whatever we have materials, okay, PPT videos, okay, related to that competition, we have to give to the students, and we have to help them. And then we have to encourage the students reflection. So some students know they are able to go, but they will hesitate to go. Then we have to encourage them. You can go, like that. We have to motivate, okay, for the exam time and all, we have to identify who is doing well. Those students, we have to ask, we have to talk to the students to get centum marks. So in that way, we have to encourage the students. And whereas I'll come to the online quiz. Okay, quiz is an effective tool of teaching. So previous, whatever the ma'am, no, she took, no, that ma'am also, she has told more about the online assessment. In that, I would like to include quiz. So online assessment, there are so many assessment. In that, I would like to stress on quiz. Okay, so in this quiz, no, we have what we have to do is we have to encourage students' participation. So students, all the students, we have to ensure that all the students are participating in this or not. And then we have to encourage students, okay, then we have to encourage active learning. And then we have to get good after conducting this quiz and all, we have to get feedback from the students, whether it is useful for you or not. And then we have to emphasize the time on task. So some teachers know, so throughout the 40 minutes they'll be conducting quiz, not like that. Okay, so we have to emphasize time before the class, now 10 minutes. Okay, so how they know about the quiz? Okay, pre-quiz we can conduct after the exam, after we are teaching. No, after that also we can conduct one quiz, so that how much they understand from our teaching. So that feedback and all we can get it. And motivation, and I would like to tell about quiz. Okay, quiz is an important tool of teaching, very effective tool of teaching. Motivation is the why or reason we learn. Engagement, on the other hand, is typically the what. You want to learn to become involved learning, then think of quizzes. They really drive engagement by making learners interact with the content. Doing a good quiz, a learner have to think deep and ultimately become an active participant. So this is the then the this author, no, he has taken a survey during the COVID time. Many people know they have using this quiz, okay, quiz. So even my children know, if they want to learn something, for example, if they have exam something, GK exam something, they have no, they will have a topic. So they will open the join my quiz.com. There are a lot of ready-made quiz are available in that. So they will type the topic, then they will have some set of questions they will try to attend. So it will helpful, to the learner to learn more about the related topic. So quiz is an effective part of e-learning courses. Quizzes do good to both educators and learners. The use of online quizzes during the class time is one of the most effective ways to keep the attention of students. It is less disruptive and a great way of including everyone in the lesson. Then assess, we'll do this, I'll explain about this joinmyquiz.com. So this is like my ma'am told, no, the previous whatever she took, no, earlier, she told about Kahoot and so many quizzes. In that joinmyquiz.com is also available in the Google. So if we go to the Google page and if you type joinmyquiz.com, it will come. So this joinmyquiz.com will be very helpful to the teachers, especially it will be helpful to the teachers. For the teachers, with online quiz, teachers can quickly analyze in what areas students are successful and in what areas they have demonstrated a learning gap. They can select an appropriate learning strategy for each student for a course. The teacher can use the online quiz graphing analysis to see if there are any learning gaps. This data will help to improve the formative assessment process. So for example, so this is this also helpful, no, the timing, no, evaluation time and all, no. So if we are conducting exam, okay, offline quiz, and it will take time to correct us, is it not? So but here, no, so if we are conducting online quiz, automatically we will be getting the result. And also you can see this, no, I have conducted, this is my mathematics students, I have conducted online quiz. So this is this girl, first girl, no, she took 7 minutes 16 seconds to attempt all the 10 questions, but the second girl, no, so only 2 minutes 8 seconds she has attended all the quizzes. So I have to identify those brilliant students, and I have to give I have to motivate them to get to score center marks in the exam. So like that, in this, if you have this report card, no, so you will have some more idea about the students, and it will reduce the evaluation time. And this is the review thing. Important features of joinmyquiz.com is review question. So this is the report I got it, okay, when I was using, no, this is the report card I got it. This page is nothing but the review question page. Review question is another considerable feature that joinmyquiz.com offers to the teachers. It facilitates the teacher with the question-based students success rate for each individual question. Teachers can display the review question option on the screen as it shows only the percentage of students success rate without their identity. They can decide the time they have to spend to explain the concept in the question based on the students' rate. For example, see this picture, review question number 9. It shows the overall student success rate is 90%, whereas now here the teacher can take time to explain the concept of question number 3. It helps the teachers to draw conclusions that focus towards the future plan. So question number 3. So question number 9, many students know they have more ideas. Okay. So this also, let me move this. Yeah. Question number 9, no, 80% students know they are very clear about it. Okay. So they are clear about this topic. Okay. Question number 9, whereas question number 3 only many students, they are not sure about this. So what we have to do after seeing this review question page, what we have to do is we have to concentrate on this topic. Whatever topic I have taken in question number 3, I have to teach again. So in that way, it will be helpful for us. Then I would like to tell about the mathematical software. So there are many software, open source software available in the Google. So we have more, okay, Maple, MATLAB, Scilab, we have many software, but MATLAB and all this is, so if we want to buy that, no, it will take no 1 lakh like that, 1 lakh, 2 lakh like that it will be. But whereas Python, I would like to talk about Python. So this is a free open source software. Okay, this is free, so we can use this Python software. So this is the high level programming language. This Python is a high level programming language, and so this is for example, if I would like to teach continuous function, so definition I can do, if without taking a pen or pencil, if you draw a graph that is a continuous function, I can tell my students, or else they will be checking the left hand side limit, whether the left hand side limit will be equal to the right hand side limit. They will be checking. If it is equal, they can say this is continuous function. But still, what we have to do is, so we have to, if we give some commands, no, so if we are giving these commands, so that students will get the continuous function. So visualize this. This is like if they are seeing no continuous function, no, visually they will have some more clarity on this. So in that way, this Python programming is helpful to us. Then also we will have Ripple.it. Those many girls know they won't have laptop, so those girls know this Ripple.it. So this is also free, so only they have to go and log in. They should have some login ID and password. So Google, if they go and type now Google Ripple.it, they will, that form, this page will open. So in that page they have to go and select Python. So there, here they can give the coding, right hand side they'll be getting the output. And also they can use this Python in this mobile. There is one app, the Pyride app. They can use this in the mobile also. So whoever know, they cannot come to college, many girls know they won't have system, but I hope nowadays all the students will have mobile phone. So if they cannot attend the lab or and all, no, we will be sending the codes so that they will attend, they will do all the codings using this Pyride app. So this also very helpful to the students. So we have drawn no cardioid, so the equation of the cardioid, the diagram and all, no, so using this coding they will be drawing this. So Python online quiz, joinmyquiz.com. If you want to make our teaching is very effective, we have to go with this joinmyquiz.com, and then this Python open software also will be helpful to us. So many reference I have given. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. Ma'am, I have finished. Am I audible?
Next presenter is Dr. S. Magesh Kumar from Sri Shankara Bhagavati Arts and Science College. Sir, please share your screen.
Madam, I share after Anand, madam. Just now I come in the office, madam. Hello?
Sir?
Madam, I share after Anand, madam. Dr. Anand, I just now I come inside the office, madam. Please. Sir, Anand,
Okay.
sir, you share panna. Anand, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Next, I invite Dr. J. Anand, SSB Arts and Science College, to share the presentation. Dr. J. Anand, are you available? Next participant, Dr. P. Parvati from Annai Hajira Women's College.
Yes, yes. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we are able to hear you. Please share your screen.
Yes.
Ma'am, your screen is visible. You can
Ma'am?
start your presentation.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everybody. Especially here. First of all, I thank the Almighty God for giving me a nice opportunity to present in this national conference. As a part of the conference theme, I took entrepreneurship, inculcating entrepreneurial mindset among the students as my topic in the presentation. For this, I made a survey study and I took my topic as interest towards entrepreneurship among final year undergraduate students of arts and science colleges in Nirf district. Introduction. Entrepreneurship is a global phenomenon with new and innovative business startups boosting economic growth all around the world. These new small firms contribute significantly to job creation, pushing legislators to acknowledge and promote entrepreneurial startup activity because of its favorable economic impact. An entrepreneur is a catalyst for change. Entrepreneurship is the only option to address societal issues such as poverty, regional imbalances, migration, unemployment, and so on. At this time, the student communities are academically proficient in multiple subjects and are focused on becoming employees in a reputable company with a good wage. These circumstances must alter, and we must raise knowledge of entrepreneurship amongst college students. The economy can grow faster once young people understand the importance of entrepreneurship and are ready to start their own business. Hence, an attempt is made to find the interest of students towards entrepreneurship. The objectives of the present study includes to know whether the students prefer entrepreneurship as a career option, to trace out the barriers faced by the students to become entrepreneurs, to offer some suggestion for the improvement in the mindset of the students in the future. Research methodology. The study is basically descriptive in nature. It includes both primary data and also secondary data. Primary data was collected through a questionnaire which were distributed using Google Forms and Google Forms from the students in Tirunelveli, from the college students in Tirunelveli district. And the secondary data for the study includes references from various journals, theses, and the ebooks, etc. For this research purpose, 235 students who are pursuing their final year undergraduation in various arts and science colleges in Tirunelveli district were taken as samples using the simple random sampling method. The collected data were analyzed using some statistical tools such as simple percentages and weighted average method. Concept of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship as the process of designing, launching, and running a new business, which is often similar to a small business, or is the capacity and willingness to develop, organize, and manage a business venture along with any of its risks to make a profit. Let me explain about the analysis from the survey. First, we have to discuss about the profile of the respondents. As the profile of the respondents is important because the entrepreneurial mindset of the students basically depends upon the demographic characters like their gender, their place of residence, and their family background, etc. So, among the various demographic factors, I have choose some of the factors in my study. In that, gender is a important factor which determine the entrepreneurial mindset. So, in this survey, most of the respondents belong to the male category. 55.74% of the students belong to male category, and 44.26 are female students. And regarding the place of residence, majority of the students are from rural areas, 40%, and 36.18% of the students are from urban area, and 23.82% of the students are from semi-urban areas. And the course from the students which the students are studying, which includes arts, commerce, science, and management. So in the study, most of the students taken as samples are doing their graduation in commerce subjects. 33.19% of the students are from commerce stream, and 25.96% of the students are from science stream. 22.2% of the students from stream, and the rest 18.72% of the students are from management stream. Why science and arts students are included means entrepreneurship is not only meant for commerce students. It should be the entrepreneurial motivation should be given to all the students in all streams. The next analysis is dealt with whether the students have entrepreneurship as their career option. From the analysis, it is clear that 44.68% of the respondents consider entrepreneurship as their career option, even though they are studying science and arts subjects, not only commerce and management subjects. The students, they agree that they will take entrepreneurship as their career at one time. And 29.36% of the respondents have neutral opinion regarding this statement. And 25.96 they never wish to run they never wish to become an entrepreneur. So from this analysis, it is clear that most of the respondents have entrepreneurial interest. They choose their education in future base. If the students are motivated properly, this number will rise more in the future. A bar chart is here for support of the difference. The next analysis is regarding the whether entrepreneurship is a rewarding career. What is the opinion of the students regarding this statement is analyzed. 42.13% of the students agreed that entrepreneurship is a rewarding career, and 34.89% of the students they have neutral opinion in the statement, and 22.98% of the students they disagree with the statement. So all the education institutions must take efforts to give motivation to the students to consider entrepreneurship as a career which give a reasonable income to the students. The pie chart is made in the support of the above analysis, and the next analysis is made to find the students' opinion regarding entrepreneurship. Here, the factors which are considered are personal independence, higher future growth prospects, entrepreneurship provides some employment opportunities, and the chance to use own skill. Entrepreneurship contributes the economic development. Entrepreneurship is a risky venture. Entrepreneurship brings prestige and status. Among these statements, most of the respondents feel that entrepreneurship provides employment opportunities. Next to that, the students they feel that entrepreneurship result in higher future growth prospects. And some of the students also feel that there is personal independence in entrepreneurship. So they rank this factor in the third place. Then they rank the fourth factor. Entrepreneurship brings them the chance to use their own creativity, skill, their decision. Then some of the students, they had the opinion that entrepreneurship contribute economic development, and they ranked this factor in the fifth place. Then in the sixth place, the opinion that entrepreneurship bring prestige and status. And at the last, the students feel that the entrepreneurship is a risky venture. So very least number of respondents feel that it is risky. Though entrepreneurship involves risk and uncertainty, if the students are developed and they are giving some education regarding to innovation, creativity, like that, they will easily handle the risky situations. So from this analysis, it is inferred that entrepreneurship, the factor entrepreneurship provides employment opportunities, and entrepreneurship provides higher future growth prospects are the important opinion regarding entrepreneurship among the students. The next analysis is made to find out the barriers which restrict the students to enter into entrepreneurship. For this, 6 factors are taken. First one is lack of capital, then lack of skills, social and cultural factors, fear of risk, less access to resources, and irregular income. Among this, to analyze this, the tool weighted average method is used, as it is a qualitative data. So the researcher aimed to analyze the opinion using the scaling method. So from the analysis, it is clear that most of the students have the barrier to become entrepreneur because of capital creation. They are not aware of the capital opportunities, the various schemes by the government. So they must be motivated and they must be aware about various schemes of government for entrepreneurs. So that is the main barrier, the lack of capital. Then the second one is lack of skills. Most of the students feel that they are not having creativity skill, decision making skill, leadership skill, like that. So higher education institutions must concentrate more on skill development programs. Then the third barrier which restricts the students to become entrepreneurs is less access to resources. The students feel that they are not aware of the the availability of different sources of raw materials and social contacts, like that. So they must be informed the resources which were needed for entrepreneurship through the entrepreneurship development cell. The next barrier, that is fear of risk, and it is ranked in the 4th place, and the 5th place includes social and cultural barrier. So the social background restricts more number of students to become an entrepreneur, and the last factor which restricts the students to become an entrepreneur is irregular income. So these are all the factors considered, and among that, lack of capital and lack of skills are the major barriers faced by the students to become an entrepreneur. And this analysis showed that the students' participation in various entrepreneurial awareness and development programs conducted by their higher education institutions. The table shows that most of the respondents, that is 84.26% of the respondents, they have participated in the EDP programs. So they are having some awareness from their higher education institutions. Yes. Next table, the next analysis is to find out whether the entrepreneurial programs bring interest to the students towards entrepreneurship or not. The analysis clears that 50.21%, nearly half of the respondents, they believe that the EDP programs conducted by their education institution enhance their interest to some extent. They increase their intention towards entrepreneurship, and 21.7% of the respondents feel that their entrepreneurial interest enhanced to some extent, and 12.35% of the respondents believe that the EDP programs are not helpful, and the remaining 15.74% they do not have the experience they do not participate in the entrepreneurial development programs. So from this analysis, if the students are motivated properly through the EDP programs, their interest towards entrepreneurship will enhance to the next level. So next, recommendation of the study. From the survey, it is clear that the students have entrepreneurial interest and they consider entrepreneurship as a career option. If the following recommendations are followed, there will be some improvement in the entrepreneurial mindset among the students. So the recommendations include: the government should take necessary efforts to inculcate entrepreneurial interest in young minds and solve the problem of unemployment. The step must be taken by the government to introduce more financial schemes for startups run by students. The Ministry of Education will take necessary steps to encourage all the colleges to have institutional innovation council and entrepreneurship development cell in their college campus. Universities and teaching fraternities should think about framing curriculum and introducing new courses in entrepreneurship. The colleges should organize workshops, seminars, conferences about entrepreneurial skills, funding opportunities for startups, business idea generation, etc. Proper training should be given to the students to enhance their creative skill, decision-making skill, communication skill, leadership skill, emotional intelligence, etc. Project work, internship, games, practical assignments, business plan preparation, field visit should be included in the course curriculum, which will improve the creative and innovative skill of the students. The colleges must have collaborations with district and MSMEs, incubation centers, accelerators, and they should organize some programs frequently to enhance the entrepreneurial interest among the young minds. Students are allowed to start their business inside the college campus, which in turn helps them to earn while they learn. Conclusion of the study. The study evaluated the interest of students towards entrepreneurship. The study revealed the opinion of students towards entrepreneurship and major barriers faced by the students to become entrepreneurs. It also revealed the exposure towards entrepreneurship education is one of the factors that influence the interest towards entrepreneurship. Therefore, the colleges should strive to inculcate sound and qualitative entrepreneurship education to their students. Entrepreneurship education is not only means to foster youth entrepreneurship and self-employment, but at the same time to equip young people with attitudes and skills necessary to cope up with uncertain employment path of today's societies. I thank the organizers to provide me the opportunity to present in this session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I call upon S. Thangam, Department of English from APC Mahalakshmi College for Women for presentation. I request all the participants to take only 10 minutes for presentation. Thangam, ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. I share my screen.
Okay.
Madam, can I present?
Just wait a minute, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay, ma'am. So, good evening, everyone gathered here. I am Angam, and I am doing my PhD in Manumaniam Sundarnar University at the Research Center of APC Mahalakshmi College. And I hope my voice is also audible, ma'am. May I continue?
Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I'm also working as an assistant professor in National Engineering College, Kovilpatti. And today I'm going to have a few minutes of your time on the topic adventure of modern teaching strategies. So the paper is about the initial difficulties of this COVID pandemic age, because at the age of the initial stages of the COVID pandemic, we don't have, I mean, we are not very familiar with this modern teaching strategies, and as we are using only the conventional methods, and most of them it was there prevailing in the modern teaching methods, but usually we are familiarized with this conventional methods of teaching. And so on suddenly when we had this pandemic situation, it is very much difficult to engage the students at that age. So it was a situation when we as the faculty members and the students got to familiarize with this pandemic situation, and we started to move along with this, and we started to accept this and familiarize with this modern teaching strategies. And next, so we are going to see the challenges.
Ma'am, Tangam, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
click your PowerPoint, ma'am.
Okay,
the PowerPoint
okay,
is not visible.
okay, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. Let me check it. Ma'am, is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. So to come back to the challenges of this pandemic situation, it was really hard to teach even a simple topic to the students, because we have to connect the students back in this classes. Most of them they had the few people don't have the most smartphones, and if they do have a smartphone, even if they are residents located in an rural area, they had some network issues, and there are so many difficulties we had at the initial stages of this lockdown period to connect them in the classrooms. And not only in these technical issues, when they come to the classrooms, even if you have to take a simple topic on a grammar topic, or whatever the topic we have to take, at least the basics topic, we had issues, because we are the faculty members, they have to ensure whether the students are clearing on the topics, or do they have any doubts in that, because the responses were very few when we had this initial stage of online classes. So everything was a big question mark, whether the students are going through these classes, whether they are going through the topics very regularly, and do they have any doubts in that. So it was a question mark. And next, So that came the use of some ICT tools so that some of these ICT tools I have mentioned here, ma'am, because of the help of these ICT tools only, the initial classes of the online classes were become successful, because slides are most importantly, we till now we are using this PowerPoint slides, and these slides only, through these slides only, we started to implement very few classes, and initially we started through this before usage of this small Zoom meeting as well as this Google Meet and other online platforms. Only through this PowerPoint slides we started to take these classes, and after that only we came to familiarize with this online classrooms such as Google Classrooms and Moodle classrooms. And through these classrooms we started to give so many online assessments. We had quiz and what assignments columns we can use through this, and also online platforms they had. And familiarizing with this came new ICT tools such as back and board. And back and board is very easy because it can easily reach the students. It is a tool, just nothing but as if we are using the blackboard in our classrooms, we can use this back and board. So with the usages of this back and board, we can easily derive some equations, or we can give some explanation for the grammatical structures of the while teaching the classes. And as the same like this, we had that document copier, and this ICT tool is nothing but we can write in the note, and the note can be displayed to the entire online classes. And so much of ICT tools we have used here. So with the help of these ICT tools only, initially the classes by going on, and students were capable of taking all these notes there. And moving on the next slide, that Moodle classrooms I have given here, and then the uses of the vacuum board and what is the document copier, everything I mentioned. So the next is issues. So I have mentioned already these ones, network issue as well as a recharging amount, because initially students from rural areas, they are not affordable to get a smartphone, or even if they are having smartphones, every time they have to at least give 2 GB or 1.5 GB even for attending classes, and also after that for taking notes or working on their assignments. And later on these issues were cleared one by one, and we had some solutions for that. And other main issue is this distractions while entering the online classrooms. The people, we are not very clear whether the people are attending the classes or whether they are doing their own, because mostly their videos will not be on unless and until we ask them, as the students, to on the video and explain some answers only the people will on, or else mostly everybody is aware of this videos or not on like that. So some of the findings which I have mentioned here, so that this can be rectified and this can be clarified, so and we can make the classes more effective and interactive the classes are. So these are some of the findings which I have given here. Asking some close-ended questions, like if we ask some explanatory questions in the classrooms, people will not be very confident enough to answer in the class. They may have some doubts, or if we say something whether it may be correct or not. So if we ask some close-ended questions like yes or no questions, so the people will definitely say they will be reacting as yes or no. At least some people will give yes and no. So from that we can guess whether the students are active and whether they are listening to the classes. And sometimes in between we can ask a poll also. So if the poll is given, the poll based on the classes what we are taking now, and from the topic which we have covered, for example, we'll start the class, and after the 15 minutes of the class, in between if give a poll and ask maybe it may be also a close-ended questions or open-ended questions. If we give some of the options and we ask the students to select, definitely they will listen to the classes, and at least for attending the poll, the people will get interested. So the poll will be there in between the classes, and we don't know when the teacher will give the poll, and the people will listen to the class to the somewhat most extent. And then the point which I have mentioned here is that before starting the classroom, right, we can give a Google form which has 1 or 2 questions, because giving a number of questions at the beginning of the class will make the students feel bored. So if we give at least 1 or 2 questions on the previous classes, so to give just a revision of the class, so we can have some of the questions in the Google form, and we can also ask them to answer. And after attending the questions, we can give a brief notes on the previous class. So on this basis classes only. I've asked this question and we have give some explanations, and then we can come to this today's part of the class. So it will give a revision and quick warm up of what we have taught in the previous classes also. And chat boxes also we can ask the students to use the maximum extreme, because students, just if I take the class for the entire 40 minutes or the faculty member is asking means it will be an the students, whether they are listening or not, it will be a question mark. So at least in between we can ask the students to if opening and not opening the audio, if they have the issues, we can ask the students to type the answers in the chat boxes also. So using the chat box, but there may also some extent that people can copy from others or copy from Google, but we can ask simple questions and we can ask them to frame simple sentences. For example, if I'm teaching the topic of parts of speech, instead of copying from Google or from others, they can frame their own sentences and can give some corrections, so the sentence can be modified like that. Likewise, small sentences and small exercises can be given so that they can make the classes more effective. And coming to the part of next slide, online assessments. So everybody said in the previous sessions, online assessments is very easy when compared to the offline assessments. Yes, I do agree with them. Online assessment is very easy, but later on we do had some suspicions what whether every student is doing with ethical behavior like that. So we are not aware whether they are doing their own. For example, if we ask for the English assignment, if we ask a student to write a letter on their own, we are not capable enough to assess whether, we are not very sure that whether the students are writing or if someone is else helping them and they are submitting the assignments. So instead of giving assignments as usual in the conventional methods, we can give some other methods. We can use some other assessments to assess them. Not only it is not the conventional methods we have to use a statistic tool. So I have also mentioned the next slide that which some of the online assessments we can use. So on the next slide, instead of assessments, we can ask the students to share their opinions regarding what is being taught in the class. For example, if I'm teaching something and in between I can give a pass and I can ask their opinions to share, not 5 minutes or 10 minutes of speech. At least a 1 minute of speech on the particular topic which I have given. In general, they can ask to say, so how can be taken, or how the topic is going on, or what they have understood so far, or what is the point they have to be explained more of, like that we can ask them. So instead of assignments, because assignments is a question mark I said earlier. And next point is that at least we can ask them to come up with a not even minimum 5 slides, even 1 or 2 slides is enough to make them prepare on today's session or about a particular topic. And we can ask them to assess, we can deliver the speech by sharing in the online classes. So not 5 minutes or 10 minutes of topic, 2 minutes of time so the students will take some effort to listen in the class, and based upon that they will try to implement in their studies and also in the assessments. And this assessments too, in randomly we can ask them to present. So be ready with every day's class, and in every day's class it can be presented. I will ask someone to present like that. If we say, the students will listen up to everything. And so the next finding which I have given is that weightage, for example, if you are giving the weightage to more of the writing parts, such as internal assessments or class test or whatever assignments we are giving, means that can be somewhat reduced, and we can give importance to the speaking part, that is viva questions or presentations, or that can be writing can be, the presentations can be given more importance than other than this writing materials, so that the students also improve their presentation skills, as well as we can also ensure the students are preparing, and interaction can be there. Instead of just a mere presentation of mere reciting, the students can also interact, and based on the interactions also we can give the marks. And this is what I have given here. And thank you everyone for this golden opportunity and your patience for listening to this topic. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I invite Dr. S. Magesh Kumar from Sri Shankara Bhagavati Arts and Science College for presentation. Sir, you can share your slides.
Madam?
Sir? You're audible.
Yes, thank you, madam. The paper type. My paper title is Impacts of Participating Extracurricular Activities of College Students. This paper indicates that participation in extracurricular activities positively correlates with students' development both academically and personally. Students who participate in extracurricular activities have greater academic success, greater character development, especially in the areas of time management and leadership skills, more positive social development, and greater interest in community involvement. The educational system
Kumar, sir, your voice is echoed, sir.
Madam,
Sir, check your audio. Your voice is echoed.
The educational system can use such information to encourage students to participate in activities that will enhance their personal and character development. The main objectives of the study to find out the relation between students' participation in extracurricular activities in college campus and academic performance. Why are the extracurricular activities are important? Almost every good university and colleges all across the world look for students who are not just academically qualified but also have a greater extracurricular interest. These extracurricular help them stand out from other applicants. Therefore, for most competitive colleges and universities, extracurricular activities are important. After competitive colleges, most students apply in large public colleges or state universities like the former or these to receive numerous applicants. While the main focus is these may be in overall GPA, extracurricular do not completely fall to the wayside here. Even though they focus largely on quantitative data, extracurricular activities on your resume can help to stand out. Some of the benefits of extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities help students to develop problem-solving skills and teach students the importance of teamwork and academic performance. And they enhance your college application portfolio. And this help to develop closer friendship with shared interest. Help students develop emotional regulations. And some of the major important extracurricular activities are in the case of academic, a lot of related to your subject like biology club, national history B, literature club, math club, and physics club like this. And in the case of art, drama club, photography, art club, animation. And in the case of community, community festivals, do something, hits, helping hits, Leo club, mountainous club. Like in the case of government, students council, community government, community youth board, student government, leadership. In the case of leadership, national beta club, peer leader group, and in media, local magazine, local radio station, work on a movie, yearbook committee, local newspaper, local television channel, local website. And in the case of music, any musical interest club, college choir, singing lessons, jazz band, solo music, or your band. And like religious, in the case of religious, church group, youth group, missionary work. In the case of sports and recreation, like bodybuilding, chair building, gymnastic, intramural sports, and track and field, water polo, yoga club. And in the case of social activism, animal rights club, environmental club, gay straight alliance, career function. And in the case of a special interest, chess club, entrepreneurship club, Girl Scouts, quilt mounting, model railroads. And in the case of speech and political interest, speech club, debate club, mock trial club, model United Nations, teenage Republicans. And in the case of technology, blogging, YouTube channel, and personal website, social media. In the case of volunteer, animal rescue, hospital volunteer, international volunteer program, mentoring, Red Cross club, tutoring. These are all the important extracurricular activities. Essential reason why the extracurriculars are important: exploring hobbies, passions, and interests. Extracurricular activities are separate from the academic. It is why you have a power to choose whatever you can passionate about. You can explore your interest and habits like art, pottery, gardening, and any other activities. And contributing to high self-esteem. Acting and studies really tremendous, but doing well in extracurricular in an automatic self-esteem booster. And in the case of better opportunities for socializing, Extracurricular activities are a great way to socialize, to make a few friends, and from a funny part of from studies. As mentioned earlier, extracurricular activities are fun apart from studies. It is a healthy and constructive way to spending time doing something you like and are actually passionate. And the last one is a valuable addition to your resume. Extracurricular activities add value to your resume. Nowadays, transferable skills that they are learned from your outside hobbies and passions can be more relevant than academic achievements. Not to mention making you stand out from the crowd of applications they have, and a major impact on college students. Students also develop skills specific to their career path and imperative for future job success. Students have opportunities to improve their leadership and interpersonal skills while also increasing their self-confidence. Extracurricular activities involvement allows students to link academic knowledge with practical experience, thereby leading to a better understanding of their own abilities, talents, and career goals. Future employees seek individuals with these increased skill levels, making these involved students more viable in the job market. And in the conclusion, first, students who participate in extracurricular activities have greater levels of academic achievement. And the second, extracurricular participation supports students' character development by giving them skill required for personal success, such as leadership skill, time management skill, and the ability to accept constructive criticism. And the third one is extracurricular participation raises students' self-esteem and realism. Additionally, participation in extracurricular activities cultivates social development also. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite L.R. Lata from American College for presentation. Lata ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Ma'am, my screen is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. First of all, I thank the organizer for giving this wonderful opportunity to share my views about ICT tools. India is a vast country. We have lakhs of schools and colleges and crores of students. Talking about school education alone, for example, India is an estimated 15 lakhs schools, 85 lakh teachers, and 26 crore students. To impart quality education to all is a real challenge. Also, improvement in learning outcome is a challenge. To all this, we need huge money and investment. Each child is different. They tend to learn in a unique way. ICT can meet all these challenges to a great extent. Then, what is ICT? ICT means information and communication technology. We can divide this term into two, IT and communication. This IT is defined as that is information technology is defined as the study or use of electronic equipment, especially computers for storing, analyzing, and sending out information. Communication technology is the process of sending, receiving, and exchanging information. In short, we can say that ICT refers to create, store, retrieve, manipulate, transmit, and receive digital information. Then, what are the characteristics of ICT? Efficiency, effectiveness, innovation are the key characteristics of ICT learning process. ICT is efficient because it is faster than traditional teaching method. It is cheaper because less number of teachers can handle larger number of students. In fewer steps, learning outcomes of students can be assessed with the help of tools, example, Lead platform. There is not much need for paperwork. Coming to the effectiveness of ICT, it is with several mode of communication, ICT is more interactive. As the lessons are prepared in advance, chances of error are very few. ICT can be customized and personalized for the needs of students with different capabilities. It is transparent, knowledge is available for all alike, and grading system can be uniform. Searching of particular information is easy. Then the third one is innovation is another characteristic feature of ICT. New products, newer technology are coming to the market every day. Teachers and students in a particular area can develop tools to suit their educational needs. Information technology and communication technology can be used in many different ways. Then next, what are the tools for teaching and learning? What are the ICT tools for learning and teaching? First one is Blackboard. It is a popular teaching tool that comes with numerous capabilities. Teachers can easily administer tests, monitor performance, manage syllabus, and even upload grades. Students can equally benefit from this tool because they can access all the information, including grades, assignments, attendance, that you upload on this platform. The best part is that all this come in one platform. So you won't need multiple applications to manage it all. The next one is Google Classroom. Google Classroom, as the name suggests, is a visual classroom that makes learning easy and fun. Teachers can integrate educational apps or websites and create interactive assignments. You can include a slideshow, a small game, or an entertaining YouTube video full of information. This way, students learn better and enjoy their learning experience. Also, Google Classroom allows us to go paperless. You can easily create paperless assignments and grade students within a few minutes. This way, you can save time and focus more on improving the learning experience. Furthermore, you can create a separate drive folder for assignment, grade sheet, attendance sheet, etc. And you can access all these on the go, even from your mobile or laptop. All in all, Google Classroom offers a complete solution for online teaching. The third one is Trello. Is a collaborative tool that is used widely in companies and also in educators also used. If you prefer project-based learning for students, Trello is for you. Trello has 3 digital boards. You can create different boards of assignment. You can invite your students to view code. Also, students can easily look at their projects, set deadlines, and track progress online. In a nutshell, Trello take a lot of burden off your shoulder while enriching the learning experience for students. Then next one is Microsoft Team. Microsoft is another popular tool for IT and also teachers, IT professionals and also teachers. Microsoft Team is a Microsoft product. It simply means you can host meeting, chat, share files, and use very Microsoft Office app using Teams. One of the best future Teams come with is the class notebook from OneNote. Class notebooks resembles individual students' notebooks, but come with different features and is for use. Next, what are the benefits of ICT in learning process? There are numerous benefits from the ways. They are improves efficiency both in teaching and learning, increases motivation, it paves way for personality development, and also it active participation of students, self-paced training, multisensory learning experience. Then this I can simplify this. It improves efficiency both in teaching and learning, and also it increases motivation, paves way for personality development, active participants of students. ICT can use motivate learning also. Conclusion: before winding up this presentation, I would like to say a few words. ICT is a big gift for the field of education. Teachers need to update their talents by paying attention to new technology. Though several methods are available, teachers and educators need to decide and use the appropriate method for the benefit of students. We need to involve students in the learning process more and more, and that is the best advantages of ICT. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Dr. J. Anand from SSB Arts and Science College. Anand sir, are you connected in the meeting? Next presenter is S. Gomati, librarian, Sri Sharda College for Women. Ma'am, are you in the line? With this, we wind up the paper presentation session. We have reached the terminal point of the first day of the conference. I thank all the resource persons and the participants who made the day a fruitful one. I request you all to join in the same Zoom link on tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. for the second day of this National Virtual Conference. Thank you one and all. Participants, please find the feedback link posted in the chat box. Thank you.
The feedback link not yet posted, ma'am.